Yo, showtime, showtime!
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone out there. Just give us one moment. We just want to make sure the microphones are working because we're trying a new system here, and the first instant alert's going to come up. Perfect. Okay, we have audio. Hello, salutations. Welcome, everyone, for the December 2020 DEFCON 201 meeting, or DC 201 meeting. Wow. I did not know there was going to be light at the end of this tunnel, but apparently there is. I don't know if the light is a comforting light or a light that sets you on fire, but we actually did it. We actually have reached a endpoint here in 2020. So hopefully next year might be maybe a little bit better. So we figured we would put all our eggs in one basket and party with everybody. Quick couple of things out of the way. First of all, who am I? I'm SidePoc. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group, meetup, tech tinkering group, whatever you want to call us. That's based out of Jersey City and New Jersey. That's in Hudson County in New Jersey. We normally meet every third Friday of the month, like we're doing right now, in person, but because of multiple things such as COVID, police officers shooting anything with a face, solar winds, which we're going to get to in a moment, and Rudy Giuliani, among other things, we are unable to physically go out and meet. So we've been broadcasting everything. And if you want to know more about us, you can go to our website, which is defcon21.org. We're also all over social media. Our most popular is our Twitter at defcon201nj. And if you type in defcon in like DuckDuckGo or whatever, you can find us on a bunch of things, including Instagram and GitHub and stuff. We are going to post the link right here in chat so you can see our social media stuff. We also want to remind everyone that we have been raising up until the day after New Year's. We are trying to raise funds for Child's Play. We're going to get into that a little bit later. You can see that bar up at the top. That's our donation thing. We're trying to hit a minimum of $300, but we're going to see how we do. Regardless if anyone current or during the stream donates money, all that money will go through Tiltify, which is a third party. We don't touch it, directly to the charity. And the charity is basically, we want to turn people into Hacker Santa. Any money you donate, whether it's $20 or $50 to something as low as $5 or even just $1, will go towards getting children this year and early next year toys such as video games and assistive equipment such as VR, treadmills, and stuff like that to kids who are currently like sick, like with COVID, children who have mental and physical disorders, and children who have suffered from all sorts of domestic abuse. So if you ever want to be Hacker Santa, you can donate. If you're on Twitch and you want to donate, you can scroll down and we have a little widget that will be able to tell you donate. Otherwise, for you out there on D Live and YouTube and Facebook, which we're still trying to create the alerts for, we got you, fam. Here's the link for it in chat. So we are going to make this quick to some degree. We're going to switch over to the next stream here and tell you what today's craziness is going to be all about. So this is our website. Sarah Sills built it. It's been phenomenal for the past, I think it's like a year and a half now, maybe, I think, or eight months to a year, something like that. Today, as we said, is our DEFCON 201 meeting for December. We called it XmasCon because we were reminiscing about ye old hacker days at Ho-Ho-Con. And we have a very short but really packed agenda. One of the coolest things about this meetup is later on, and we're going to start sending the invites on social media via DMs right now. We are going to try to get people to show up in a audio video chat, kind of like how we started doing these live streams back in March and April, except hopefully more professionally done. And if you stay tuned, we might post that link in chat as well, or DM people on Twitch and DLive and stuff so that they can get in, and we're just going to hang out and have fun. But we're going to get right into this everything. So first coming up is we're going to be having a lovely pre-show here. Let's see, I think we have a message here. The message reads, 'Twas the night of Johnny Xmas, and all through the land not a creature was stirring, except for Johnny Xmas. Let's hear what Johnny Xmas has to say about ye old hacker days.
Thanks, Patrick. Bonjour. I'll make a little bit of small talk while a few people still come in. Thank you so much for getting up at 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how I did it, so I don't know how so many other people did it. I just drank a double cappuccino, so in about 15 minutes it's going to get crazy up here. You can watch it happen. We're going to be doing a talk today about what hacking was like for me as a punk, despondent youth growing up. Originally, the idea was, let's talk about hacking in the 90s, because that's really when we were doing a lot of it. That's when the internet became popular. That's when computers started to be in more and more homes. However, I found that my experience with hacking and my start in hacking actually started as I was way younger in the 1980s. So this trip is going to maybe start about the mid-80s, 1983, 1985 or so, and work up from there. I tried to build a nice flow to it. I could not cover all of the bases. There are so many things I could have talked about, but Patrick would only give me an hour. So, how do you like my translation? Did I do this right? It's supposed to be funny. You can laugh. So I will go very quickly for this because I know nobody's that interested. I am a information security engineer turned penetration tester. I've worked for very, very large corporations, building very, very cool security stuffs, and now currently working as a penetration tester, which is okay. I know every InfoSec engineer and every hacker out there wants to be a pen tester for a living. It's not as exciting or fun as you think because everybody is vulnerable to the same things. Everyone has the same problem. It's the same thing all the time. And mainly because most corporations don't have any business having a penetration test done yet. They don't even have basic vulnerability management in place. They don't have patch cycles being done properly. So bringing in a penetration tester when you don't even have your basic setup ready is ridiculous and a big waste of money. Nevertheless, I get to rob banks for a living, and I do this all the time. And yes, when you do rob the bank, it's still fun. But it can be tedious. This is my 13th conference I've spoken at this year in my third country, and it is my final stop on my world tour. So thank you, Quebec City, and thank you, Hackfest Canada. Thank you, Patrick, for having me. Thank you for clapping. Let's get right into it. What is hacking? I don't think that we need to spend a lot of time on this slide. Hacking, as far as I like to describe it, is the idea of the discovery, and not only the discovery, but the dissemination of all knowledge. Discovery of knowledge, and then the open sharing of that knowledge with everybody. That's what hacking was back when I started out. It's a long conversation you can have with different people with different views, but that's kind of the definition that applies to how this talk is going to go, so keep that in mind as we go forward. But I won't get into a big philosophical discussion on why we're all here. So we're going to start off with something that was very near and dear to my heart a very long time ago. Analog cable TV piracy. When did Canada get analog cable? Last year? Is it? Okay, noted. Was it about with 1980s, 1990s? Probably close to us, right? 1980s? Okay, good. So this will work. I gave a similar form of this talk in Iceland, and they had never had analog cable in there. They were surprisingly knowledgeable about it, which was really interesting. So I wanted to make sure. By the way, I will be sharing my slide deck up on my GitHub, and I'll put a link up later. And what's cool about my slide deck is I put a lot of these little like rabbit hole URLs in here that you can go down to spend hours and hours and hours learning about related topics. And these are the rabbit holes I fell down while researching the topics, and so it's really cool stuff that I just did not have time to talk about, or maybe didn't apply, but if you want to grab my slide deck and have some fun and see some weird things. Who knows who this guy is on the deck here? Cool, you give this talk in America, nobody knows, which is ridiculous. Somebody say it, who is that? Max Headroom. That's actually a guy who took over a television station when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old, 7, 8. I was watching Doctor Who on our BBC channel, and this came on out of nowhere, middle of the episode, and it was one of the scariest things I'd ever seen in my life. And it was a guy with a Max Headroom mask and this swirling background. And you couldn't understand what he was saying, but he was on for a good 2 or 3 minutes just saying all kinds of crazy political things. And so that link there at the bottom is information on what that piracy event was and how he did it and the fact that they never caught him, and it's really cool. So let's talk a bit about analog cable. Because it was analog, it meant that there was no real two-way communication because there was only one line. It just, everyone who had a wire, a copper wire, a coaxial copper wire running to their house, got the same signal, the same electrical signal from the TV company. And that meant that nobody's boxes were phoning home. You didn't have an IP address on your television or your TV equipment like you do now. Everyone just got the same thing. And because of that, anyone who was attempting to do something malicious, attempting to steal a signal, do something like that, it wasn't really easy for the cable companies to be able to catch them. The best they could tell is that there was a significant drop in the signal power in an area because somebody had spliced into the line. And beyond that, they had to send someone out and literally just test every split in the line and figure out where it went. And that was tedious, and you had to pay a lot of people. And so generally, they didn't do that for the home users. It wasn't a huge concern. So what that meant was if you wanted cable in your house, you literally just went out to the pole, to the telephone pole where all the cable lines were strung, and you just tapped into what was up there. And because the way that they sent you things that were like pay-per-view or premium channels and all of that were only for specific users was because it was still analog. All that got sent to every house, and a lot of people think that that was scrambled. Who remembers the scrambled TV images that looked like this? We're not going to say why we remember these scrambled TV images. We're just going to say that we were scrolling and happened to see an excellent documentary on animal behaviors. So I put the NSFW tag, so don't watch this at work. And so how do you think that scrambling was done? Do you think that was done at the station and then they only descrambled it for certain users that had paid for that? That's not possible. Why? Because they can't target you, because there was no two-way communication, there was no addressing system. Well, there was an addressing system, and it was basically the serial number on your cable box that the line plugged into. But there was still no two-way communication. So the way the signal worked is everything was clear on its way to your house. And your cable box in your house is what did the scrambling. So your own equipment was taking in plain text and then obfuscating, which is great. And because of that, it was really easy to descramble these channels. It was really easy to build what we call black boxes that descrambled, but in reality, they weren't descrambling at all. All they were doing was intercepting the electrical signal on the line that your box interpreted as, hey, make sure you're scrambling this channel, and it just dissipated it to heat. Remember, it was all analog. So it took this pulse of electricity, converted it to heat, your cable box never got it. So all your cable box is doing is just taking in everything and throwing it right onto your screen. And that was great for a very long time. You could get your hands on a black box easy. You could build your own black box very easily if you wanted. They were easy. They were about $100, which is a little much at the time, but when you consider how much any premium channel cost, it quickly paid for itself. The cable companies wanted to crack down on who was making these black boxes. Just like drug dealers, like catching the guy on the street selling it, not a huge deal. What you want to do is you want to catch the guy who's giving him the stuff. You want to catch the bigger problem, the guy who's making thousands of these black boxes and selling them to people on what was essentially Craigslist back then. And so really cool story I'll share about that is there was a Mike Tyson fight. Who remembers Mike Tyson? Everybody knows Mike Tyson. He's probably the most famous boxer of all time, arguably, or maybe the craziest. It's Mike Tyson. So Mike Tyson in the US was huge, huge, and that was the pay-per-view event. There was two that everyone got. It was Mike Tyson and it was WWF wrestling. It was WrestleMania. And so when Mike Tyson had a fight, you knew somebody who had the Tyson fight on pay-per-view, and it was incredibly expensive. So chances are you actually just knew somebody who was stealing pay-per-view and had the Tyson fight. And so they wanted to crack down on these people. But how do you crack down on these people when you can't target them, when you can't identify them? Their system doesn't talk back. They don't have an IP address. And you can't scramble at your end and de-scramble on the other. They found a way to target these people by, I'll just tell you a story. So if you are stealing pay-per-view, that means that 24 hours a day, your pay-per-view channel is de-scrambled, right? No matter what's on, you just turn on that channel. There it is, because you never got the scramble signal. There wasn't always something on pay-per-view. There was blank areas, because there wasn't always a Mike Tyson fight or whatever. And so this particular night, they had a Mike Tyson fight that was, say, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then 8 p.m. to 8:30 was nothing, just blank. You get a black screen or color bars. And then 8:30 to 10 was something else. So who is watching, who can see that blank segment between 8 and 8:30? The pirates, the people stealing pay-per-view. Because the way the signal works with the pay-per-view is 6 to 8, you get the de-scramble signal, or stop scrambling signal. 8 o'clock, you get the start scrambling. 8:30, if you paid for it, you would get the stop scrambling again. So 8 to 8:30, the only people who can see this are people watching pay-per-view, stealing pay-per-view. So what do you think they did? Sent them an angry message on the screen like, hey, you should stop. No. They tried to sell them something. They said, hey, thanks for buying that Mike Tyson fight on pay-per-view. We would like to send you a free Mike Tyson hat. And in the 80s, everybody wanted hats. I don't know, big trucker hats. But you get a free Mike Tyson hat. All you have to do is call in and give us your address, and we'll send you a Mike Tyson hat, and he's going to autograph it. Who doesn't want to autograph Mike Tyson hat? Just call us, give us your address. Done. No shipping and handling, no payment. And it worked really well. And so I asked my friend who was working at the cable company at the time, and I asked him recently, not when I was 7 years old, I asked him, so what did you do? You send the FBI to all these people's houses? And he goes, no. The guy who owned the station, the first thing he said is, no, you don't sue your own customers. Because most of those people were still at least paying for basic cable and just de-scrambling the premium stuff. Because no, you don't sue your customers. What they wanted to do was find out where they got these black boxes from. And so when you'd call this number in and give them your address, an FBI agent would call you back later and say, hey, we have all this information. We know that you're stealing cable. We want to know, where'd you get the box? And 80% of people would give up their source, and it worked really well for cracking down heavily on the black boxes, and they did this tactic all the time. And all you had to do was just ask people who were stealing your stuff to call and give you their address. So say you wanted to do this yourself. Say, like, hey, I don't want to pay the cable guy $100 to go patch me in up there, because that's what you used to do. If you saw him installing cable at someone's house, you just walk over with $100 and go, hey, but but that house too. And you go, all right, I'm already up there. Because there was no way to track them. And they would give you the cable box because they would take huge armloads of them from the warehouse because their inventory wasn't tracked. And every now and then, the cable companies would ask for an inventory from all their distributors, and they would say, here's all the serial numbers we have in the warehouses, here's the ones we've sold, here's what we can't account for. And then the cable companies would send a start scrambling on all channels signal to any of the missing serial numbers. And then any valid customers that called and complained, they just ship them a new box. But that was the only way you could do it. Like, you couldn't target individual boxes. You had to send this huge signal down containing like all of these serial numbers. DirecTV, Dish Network, all of those still use a similar system because the uplink is so slow. They still send down the ID number of your specific card and tell it what it can and can't descramble and all of that. So still in use today. But if you wanted to do this yourself, you had to figure out how. And you're not just going to go up on the pole and just start connecting wires together and see what happens. And so the way I learned about it, and a lot of people at the time learned about it, was text files. Who knows what text files are? Who's seen this word text files, like one word? Cool. This is a good audience for this then. Text files were what they sound like. They were text files. They were ASCII files that were around, I can't say the internet, because the internet wasn't around yet. They were on servers that you could dial into and find in special places, and they contained information about performing legally questionable acts, morally obscure. But because things like JPEGs even were so comparably huge at the time versus you're dialing in with a 9600 baud modem that's 9.6 kilobits a second. Do you know what it took to download a picture? 5 minutes? Yeah, can you imagine X-Hamster? Of course not, none of us can. Again, don't Google that at work either. Can imagine it. So what we had was like these images here. This was actually the picture of the top of the cable boxes they were starting to drop in people's backyards in the newer subdivisions in the suburbs where they weren't running telephone pole lines anymore. And so you would get a picture like this, like if you open up the lid, you will see 4 terminals here. And like, this is your thing you had to go by. And a lot of people killed the cable signal to their subdivision. There was a lot of problem. Some people I knew very personally. It wasn't my fault. It was whoever made this text file. So where did you find these text files specifically? They were on what was called BBS or billboard servers. Who remembers billboard servers? BBSs, yes, that always gets a good response. BBS servers were kind of one of the starts of what we call the internet today. They weren't part of the internet from the ground up. They were something that was out there that kind of influenced how the internet still works now. And they were servers that somebody ran out of their house usually. And it was usually also a guy's computer that he used. And it was a phone line that he also used. And though they had these text files on them that had pretty much everything you can imagine, like I said, that's nefarious, including a lot of vulnerabilities, browser vulnerabilities, software vulnerabilities, things like that. We were already getting into software exploits here. We were already getting into how to attack other people's computers when we didn't even have an internet up yet. Like nearly every computer out there was direct dial. You picked up the phone and you literally called somebody's computer. Specific item of note is the wardial.exe. That was like, there was 2 default things you put on your BBS server when you stood it up. One was the Anarchist Cookbook. Who knows the Anarchist Cookbook? Yeah, it's the most hands I've gotten yet. One was the Anarchist Cookbook, and one was wardial.exe. And I think we'll talk about that one in a bit. Let's see. Yeah, later. So BBS servers, like I said, we're in someone's home using someone's phone line. And if you wanted to call one, first you had to find the phone number for it. And so there was these big lists that were distributed that had all these BBS phone numbers. And you would find these lists on other BBS servers. And so you would kind of hop around like that. And usually you got your start because somebody had a printout of some BBS phone numbers. And that was hard to find too because we didn't have printers in our houses. So like you had to know somebody who either worked in a computer store or in an office that had the money to get one of these fancy new like printer things that were coming out. And they could print a dot matrix listing of BBS phone numbers for you. And then you could get in and you could download more. And you had to save these phone numbers somewhere. And we didn't have hard drive space. So we would save everything we had on floppy disks. And everyone had this box of 100 floppy disks that you have to flip through to find. And you never marked them right because you were always using like every last kilobyte of space on them. So you'd start off like super organized, like I'm going to mark this one images. And then this one is BBS phone numbers. And then by the end, you have 100 floppy disks of who knows. So you're like, oh, I got 8K left on that one, though, so I'll put it here, and I'll move it later when I buy more floppies. And then you would never remember to, and then your shit's just a mess. And so you're calling phone numbers. And at this point in time, most people didn't have multiple phone lines in their house because it was really expensive. You pretty much had to own a business and run it out of your home if you could get a second phone line. So you would set your modem, you'd set your computer to call up this other computer, and it would ring, and it would ring. And then some guy would answer. He's, hello? And you'd have to pick up your phone and go, I'm calling for the BBS. And he'd go, okay, call back in 5 minutes. And he'd hang up. And then what he'd go boot up the computer. He'd move the phone lines around just for you. Just for you. And he'd plug all this stuff in, and then you'd call back in 5 minutes, and it would ring twice, and then you get that horrible modem sound that I think we all know. And then you would get a little text-based menu, and there was no images. It was all text-based and command line, which was really cool. This is where ASCII art really got its start, was BBSs and the fact that images were so huge. And so that was weird, because you would be calling people you didn't know, saying, can I get into your computer? I go, yeah, and then boot it up, and it's kind of weird now. Some stranger, that's literally what it was. And like some of the documents in those BBSs was for how to hack BBSs. It's like, you have some BBS hacking files in your BBS I'd like to access. Is that okay? Thanks. Or sometimes, like, especially if you're real young, like me, like if some guy answered, you hung up. You're like, nope, disconnect. No, I don't want to talk to people. Let's talk about war dialing now. I mentioned this wardial.exe file that was on all the BBSs. Who knows where the phrase, first who knows what war dialing is? War dialing is the idea of just going through a huge list of phone numbers and seeing which one has a computer on the other end. Similar to what we call war driving now with Wi-Fi, if anyone does that anymore even, and war, anything else that involves moving around or going down a list. Why war dialing? Where did the war and war dialing come from? From war games. Who's seen war games? Everybody here. Yeah, so somebody made, and what was the kid doing at the beginning of war games? It's exactly what he was doing. He was calling phone numbers, trying to find a computer on the other end, and somebody wrote an executable, called it war dial because of war games, and this became incredibly popular. Started the word war dialing, which we still use in some context today, and it did in fact come from war games. And so the way that worked is you would just give it a huge list of phone numbers, and it would just go down the list. It would ring twice and hang up, because if nobody picked up by the second ring, that means there's not a computer on the other end, because computers always picked up by the second ring. And so it would just go down and mark which ones had a carrier signal on the other end, and then you would have to go back later manually and dial into each of those and see exactly what it was. What's really cool about dialing direct into a server? Anybody? You're dialing direct into a server. You're bypassing any perimeter security that company may have had whatsoever, because it's literally a phone line from in the alley out back all the way into that box. And so that was really, really fun, because most people weren't even thinking security. This was all set up for redundancy and ease of quick access. Security was not even an afterthought. It was no thought. There was no thought on security. Cool thing I mentioned here was a bunch of guys from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the 414s, who just war-dialed their way into tons of companies and wreaked a lot of havoc simply by using default credentials on everything they found and getting into a lot of stuff, because we left default credentials on things that we connected to the public telephone system. That's how much we weren't thinking about security. And these kids got on the news. The head of the 414s was on the cover of Newsweek for being like a substantial individual, and he was this 14-year-old, and all he did was just dial phone numbers and go, admin, password. No, okay, next one, admin, password. And he got on Newsweek for that. It was that substantial of a thing. So let's talk about things like that. Early 90s, 93, 94, the internet really started taking off, started exploding, especially in the US. There's a big push to get it in schools and libraries right off the bat. AOL, CompuServe, Prodigy, a lot of those got very popular in the US. And we all at least had a friend whose parents had enough money to get a computer for the house and possibly an ISP account like that. It was not cheap at all. The computer was usually a shared computer for the family. No one had personal computers. It was usually in the family room, a shared living space in the house. And so whatever you were doing on the computer, pretty much everyone could see what you were up to. So we spent a lot of time on the computers after midnight when the people weren't wandering around the house so much. Some fun facts about the internet in the 90s. Everything in every company had a public IP. I mean, every server in your company has a public IP, has an IP I can at least ping from my house. How awesome is that? There was, like, LANs were not really built out. Network infrastructure wasn't really a thing. Network hardware wasn't huge. It was very expensive. Not everyone had it, especially if you were a smaller business trying to just make it as in some sort of internet-based entity. What's that? Oh, there was no NAT, absolutely no NAT whatsoever. And because there was no NAT, and because there was usually no LAN or no LAN to speak of or of note or of importance, how were you transferring information between all of these systems in your company? You were usually just FTPing using those public IPs back and forth over the internet. And while SSH, TLS, SSL over Telnet did eventually come around, as with all brand new technology, especially brand new back-end technologies like that, they weren't immediately adopted. They took up a lot of resources, system resources, you know, encrypting traffic live. Sorry. Hey, Patrick, John McAfee's calling you. He's got it. Okay. Yeah, he's up here Skyping with John McAfee while I'm trying to get ready for my talk. And I'm like, hey, John. So it was really hard to implement those technologies because you couldn't just stick them on anything, and they were unstable, and it was kind of rough. So the vast majority of the time, you're looking at plain text traffic, FTP, and you're transferring important things, usually. It's somewhat important, and we'll talk about that later. So what does all of that mean? That means that this was my Friday nights. I mean, someone I know was doing this on Friday nights. Nearly everything out there was running Unix. There's a lot of IBM, a lot of Solaris, because we're talking before IIS was out. We're talking before Windows Server was out. NT 6 6 started to really come into prevalence. That's really when Microsoft Server stuff took off because LANs were getting popular, but Microsoft didn't really have a foothold in here yet. It was pretty much Unix all day. Linux was certainly not a big thing at the start of this. It was just a gleam in Linus's eye. And so it was find an IP, pardon me, find a server, find their FTP connection, which was always on port what? Every time. Yeah, they would, and this is before port scanners. So like if they weren't on port 21, you had a little bit of difficulty, but generally just everything's default. And then you would crash the FTP service. And crashing services was really easy back then. Buffer overflows was like, you could do that to anything. It was like a guarantee. And you could do them really easy. You could throw a buffer overflow like by just giving it a 1,000-character password, and the whole service would just crash. And so, so of course, because everyone does everything by default and for convenience and quickness, what user did they have FTP running as on their Unix systems? Root. And so what happens when you crash a service using a buffer overflow? It drops you to the prompt. What prompt do you get when you crash a service that's running as root? You get the root prompt. I'm 14, doing this in my friend's basement, getting root on all these companies' boxes. And it was, like I said, just simple buffer overflows. And then what you do is you would fire up TCP dump and just listen to all of that plain text traffic all day. Just everything plain text. Nothing was encrypted. The upside being that most companies weren't doing anything massively substantial with these internet-based servers. There was still kind of a thing companies were playing with, getting on the cutting edge of. They weren't transferring their financial data through them usually, or even storing them on there. A lot of this stuff was still done locally, but that quickly changed. And as the years went on, we'd find more and more interesting things. TCP dump didn't have like ASCII output at the time. Like you couldn't just grep for credentials. You had to take, what it was capturing, all the hex it was grabbing, and look for specific credential strings of hex and then convert those, which was fun at the time. Not fun now. But then eventually somebody had a separate program where you could pipe your TCP dump into that, and it would convert it to ASCII, and then you could grep out of that. And that was fun stuff. Passwords, like I said, often default or often very easy. We're talking 4 to 6 character passwords. We're talking things you can guess. Usually it was the name of the company or it was the name of a product that they sold. We spent a lot of time just guessing passwords that way too. So like I said, everything's got a public IP. That means you essentially have no DMZ. Firewalls initially didn't even exist. As people who I knew became more prevalent, things like security technologies and blinky boxes started to crop up. Firewalls were one of the big things that said, hey, well, at least we can say you can't just come in on every single port and just connect to port 22 on this server, even though it's just supposed to be a web server. I'm explaining how firewalls work, like you need that. And people would buy these things. Companies with a ton of money would buy these big expensive firewalls that, relative to what firewalls do today, did practically nothing and slowed your traffic down. But there was some kind of security measure. And people didn't know how to configure them. People didn't have a knowledge of TCP IP like they do today. Like you didn't have network engineers. You had an IT guy. And while I'm sure all of us in this room wear multiple hats at all of our companies, a lot of these companies had one IT guy. And then you give them this brand new firewall technology that's got like an instruction manual that literally it was this thick, spiral bound, and you just got to just take this thing home and read it, and then program a firewall that has an interface that no one's ever seen before. One of the most common things that I found was mirroring the connection ports, where you would set up a rule that says like, okay, so I say I want people to be able to come in on 21 to hit the FTP server. I'm going to program them in here saying, if the source port is port 21, let them in. And what's wrong with that? It won't work unless what? And then if you set your source port to 21, what do you have access to on the other side? Literally everything. Because your only rule says, if your source port's 21, let them hit that box. Or they weren't going that far. They weren't specifying IPs. They were saying, if source port's 21, let them in. And then that wouldn't work. They go, oh, or they would see that they were able to get some more stuff than they were supposed to if they were doing valid testing. And then what they would do is they would just put in a second rule that said, oh, if the destination port's 21, let them in. But they would never get rid of that first rule. And then a lot of times what we'd find is a bunch of rules of somebody clearly trying to figure out how to do something, and then just an any rule at the bottom. So we'd like find firewalls after we were in and then be like, what happened here? How much did they pay for this thing that they've put a bypass rule on? And they think it's working. IDS has started to come out, and again, just garbage. They would look for like very simple things like, now port scanners had become prevalent, so your IDS had like 2 signatures, and one was like, see if anybody is pinging consecutive ports in a row, and if they are, that's a hacker. How do you bypass that? Yeah, you just randomize your ports. And now I've bypassed your $10,000 IDS. It was like that. It was that easy. And they'd say, oh, here's how you can write your own signatures. But you didn't have security engineers. You didn't even have network engineers. But you had an IT guy who was supposed to write signatures for this brand new thing that nobody understands without Google. I can't do my job without Google. And I rob banks. And then Microsoft released IIS. And that was like our 9/11. That was our target breach. That was, oh man, those were the golden days. At that point, everyone was setting up websites. Every guy who ran a computer store wanted to stand up a website because we were geeks and we thought the internet was incredible, and it was, and it is, and we wanted to be on it. We wanted to be part of the cutting edge technology. We wanted to do everything that was new and cool. And at that time, man, having a website, you were the coolest kid on earth. I had one of the first websites on the internet, and it was just like one of those free, like, make your own website things. But I had it in like the end of 1992 when I could go to like at school in the computer lab, because I was lucky enough to have a school with a computer lab, which we had like 6 computers. I could show a girl my website on the internet. Like, oh yeah, I got a website. See, that's me in that picture. It's got 2 pictures. The second one's my cat. So I also get to claim that I had one of the first cat pictures on the internet. So you're welcome, everybody. It was me. I'm the Thanks for the applause. That's the correct response to that.
Thank you, XVLeaper93, for following us.
Were you guys at Hackfest Canada when Johnny Christmas claimed to invent cat pictures on the internet? That guy's amazing. So, once again, now you've got people who don't really understand new technology. New technology on its own being incredibly insecure just by nature of what it is. The internet was being wrecked. It was the wildest of the Wild West. Anybody with a big enough gun could own the internet. And it wasn't a huge deal because, once again, people weren't putting tons of stuff on the internet. They weren't hosting anything vastly important. The majority of these sites were literally like, come to Joe's Computer Shack where we'll upgrade your RAM for $9.95. Here's a picture of RAM. And so, yeah, I could get into that guy's site and deface it and go, your RAM is 9995. And it's great. So what? When you're 15, 16, and you're wrecking the internet like that, it's the greatest feeling on earth. And so defacing was a huge problem, but only relative to what the problems out there were. One of the cool things you could do, and this eventually started to get some bad legal precedents, was intercept sensitive information if you got your hands on it, and this is financial information, emails, things like that, because once again, not a lot of encryption going on. And you would print this out somewhere, usually at the library or at school, and you would walk into the front door of the corporation with this paperwork and go, hey, so you've got all this stuff out there on the internet. I'd like to fix that for you for $10,000. And we laugh now. Back then, companies would go, oh, okay, come here. That's where the computers are. Do you want to just, here, go. And eventually what happened was corporations started suing. They were calling it blackmail. Even if you didn't threaten to show the world all this horrible information you found about them, they were calling it blackmail, and they were winning because they had more money than we did to pay better lawyers. So what does that sound like? That sounds like dumpster diving on the internet, though. And who remembers dumpster diving? A very slim amount of people. So dumpster diving is what it sounds like. Anybody who comes to me later and tell me what movie that scene is from, I will get a beer. That's a horrible, horrible movie, and it's fantastic. So dumpster diving was literally jumping into a dumpster and seeing what you could find. Now, you wouldn't do it outside of like restaurants where there's horrible things. You would do it outside of companies that regularly threw out paper. My favorites, other people's favorites, were big box stores, anyone that did tons and tons of credit card transactions, Circuit City, Best Buy, etc. Because back then, receipts had plain text credit card numbers on them. And at the end of the day, when you'd close out your credit card machine, it would print every credit card number that you took in that day. And then your cash register guy would write down the total from that onto his log sheet for his register, and then he would take this big pile of credit card numbers, and he would go right in the garbage. And then that garbage gets emptied into the dumpster times 8, 10, 12 cashiers a day. Every day in the dumpster, thousands of credit card numbers. And you go, so you got your credit card number. What are you going to do with that? Well, what you're going to do is because, A, there was no CVV at the time. All you needed was a credit card number. What they were doing to protect against fraud, and this was fraud back when you couldn't order things online, you had to call places. And remember, as seen on TV, and like, 4 easy payments in 1995 plus shipping and handling. You'd call those places, and you would give them the address of whatever house was being built on your block or was for sale, because they weren't doing address verification. If you had a credit card number, you were in. The world was your oyster. And so you just ship the box down the street, the UPS guy would go, oh, no one's home, we'll leave it on the porch. And then you just keep looking until you see a box turn up. They'd never catch you. So I had a lot of dumb toys in the 90s. And so once the internet started getting more prevalent, the rise of the hackers and the crackers came to be, with online forums and chat rooms and things like that, enabling people to constantly talk to each other. This diversion happened. And in 1993, the hackers were the white hats. The hackers were the purists, the ones I was talking about who were like, we find out how everything works. We discover all knowledge, and we share that freely with all people. We're the saviors of humankind. And the crackers were the black hats. The crackers are the people who focused on circumventing security, breaking into systems, usually defacing websites, stealing information, doing malicious things. And the hackers hated them, and that's why they were given their own name, crackers. They're like, those aren't hackers. They're doing bad things. Don't associate them with us. Shortly thereafter, once the internet started getting really big, the white hats disappeared. every white hat was also a black hat, and it was just black hats deciding what information they found that they were going to share. And the crackers were the skitties, the low-level guys who were stealing stuff from the hackers and just writing keygens and things like that. Still, they hated each other. And there was a big thing where, like, you never called yourself a hacker. Calling yourself a hacker online is like calling yourself undoxable. Like, you were destroyed. So no, you got called a hacker. No, you did not call yourself a hacker, because the hackers would come after you to prove that you were lying. And now it's kind of all the same. Running low on time, I'll skip ahead here. A lot of the web exploits that we were using back then are what we're still using now and freaking out about now. SQLI, I was using in 1995, 96, 97. We just called it SQL. It was just try SQL, and it works, and haha, it works. Hacking JavaScript. JavaScript was super easy. We would send pop-ups to our friends all the time as a gag. Like, you just send an IM with a link and everybody would click on stuff. Everybody clicked everything because it was like, oh, the internet, more internet, cool. Hey, look at this internet I found. Phishing, I used to send friends just an HTML attachment that was just where I'd saved the login page from the email that they were using, and then they would just send the credentials. And so they would just open this and go, oh, it wants me to log in again. Oh, computers. Oh, every time, 100% success rate. Like, I've been doing phishing since 1994. So, like, why is this only a big deal now? Why were we screaming about this 15 years ago? It's because, like I said, there wasn't a lot going on in the internet. There wasn't a lot of huge e-commerce going on. Massive corporations weren't getting owned at the time because they didn't have a lot of exposure. The countries where a lot of malicious stuff's coming from now had no internet whatsoever. So it was mostly you'd get hit by like one-off guys, and it was a lot of pranksters. It was a lot of people running DDoS attacks. And nobody had invented marketing terms for all these things, and which we all scoff at, like, marketing terms. But, like, look how huge XSS is now. That's like a basic thing everyone tries to protect against. It's been around for 15 years. Nobody gave a crap about it before we called it XSS. I just called it reading other people's live journals. We didn't have names for it. And so, like, why is this still a problem now that we, like, have this fear of it, and we have these marketing terms and these buzzwords that we can give to our CIO and go, hey man, XSS, we gotta stop this XSS, SQLI. Why is this still going on every day, all day, in brand new things that we're putting out? Why are there botnets full of refrigerators on the internet? It's true, look it up. Start one. And it's because we're still using security as an afterthought in our companies. Our companies are creating a product without having security involved in the creation of that product. The product either being software or literally being a refrigerator. And they're asking security to look at the product after the fact. They're gonna go, cool, product A is done. Hey, security, can you do a quick review of this and make sure it's cool? And yeah, you can, and you could put all your effort into reviewing that thing and said, yeah, this looks good, but you're just one guy. And you weren't involved in it from the get-go. You don't know every last aspect of what went on in the development of whatever that product is. Our companies have such a huge push, especially technology companies, to just get the newest, most brand new thing out there as fast as possible. And whatever, we'll patch it in post. Who plays video games? Who buys a brand new video game on launch day and has to download a 2 gig patch for it? Who bought Halo 5 and is still angry? Because we've got this all, we'll just fix it later mentality. And now we've got botnets full of refrigerators buying Bitcoins. And it's because we're not getting involved in our companies from the get-go. We're not being more forceful with security. We're not playing our role as security engineers at our companies. We're not taking that step forward. We're not putting our foot down. We're just sitting in the background. We're waiting for people to come to us. And when we come to them and they push back, we go, all right, well, I tried. You need to start changing the security culture of your company. The culture, you need to turn it around. You need to make it so every new project that starts has a security engineer or some member of security, an architect, what have you, on that project from day one, at every meeting or every other meeting, or having regular reviews in your SDLC to make sure that security is being implemented as a natural part of how it works. Because I've been doing the same exact crap for 15 years and owning all of you. If you haven't figured it out in 15 years, you need to start changing what's going on at the very core level in your companies. And so that's the message I'm trying to get out to you guys. I really hope you take some of this to heart. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Hackfest Canada. It's been a blast.
And let's turn on my camera here. Hello, everybody. That is the Johnny Xmas talking about ye olden hacker days as he remembered it. Because remember, hackers are people too, and thus, I was around back then during the '90s, although I wasn't publicly like active, like being engaged with like the community, whether it was online or in meet space as they call it, or away from keyboard, which I prefer that term instead of in real life. And yeah, that's just why I do that perspective, and it sucked because originally Johnny Xmas wanted to be on here live, but he had a scheduling conflict, and he offered us that video, and so we want to thank him for being able to send a pre-recorded thing that hasn't been really been out there for all sorts of stuff. Before we go on, I'm just going to remind of the charity real quick. Again, we are currently raising money for Child's Play. I'm actually going to now turn on the browser mode and switch over to that. Here we go. Yep, that's a little hint about what's going to happen in a moment. But yes, we are trying to donate to Child's Play. It's set up by the Penny Arcade people, great people. We were at the Penny Arcade Expo back in February before people had COVID and were licking doorknobs and rubbing their butts on each other and causing all this calamity. And Child's Play is a charity organization where they get both toys and military medical rehabilitation equipment for children suffering from illness, whether it's physical or germ-related physical and mental disabilities, and all different sorts of domestic abuse. As you can see, they have like therapeutic guides and stuff like that. You can our donation partner is Tiltify. They're an official 501c3 that hands over all of this money, not us. And anything that you donate, even if you donate $5 or $1, not only do we get notifications for those, but that goes all of that, even if we don't meet our goal of 300, will go directly to the charity. So you get to be Hacker Santa. So if you ever want to be a Hacker Santa and you have like $1 or $5 to give, or you're crazy and you have $20 to $50 plus to give, whatever thing amount, donate it. And I think we got a notification for something. We got it. Oh, someone just donated. Wow. Okay, we just jumped to $40. Thank you, Explode, for the $25. So that's why the notification's there. Thank you so much. We're gonna try to do something really cool, hopefully by the end of the year, for this. And not only do we get notifications for the donation, but we also get them if you like this content. You can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, YouTube, and even follow us on Facebook for all the losers out there. Half kidding though. We try to reach out everywhere, whether it's really popular stuff or trying to go for our roots with like free open source software. We're all about that. So with that out of the way, we wanted to just do a few updates and then get right into the meat of this because I can't believe we have this amazing person as a guest. So a couple of things during this meeting. Later on, and we've already DM'd a bunch of invites, and we're going to DM more as things go on. We are going to have a hangout around 9 p.m.-ish, so a lot of people should be able to get into the chat room, and we'll hang out and drink and show projects and stuff like that. If you want something to work on, there's going to be one last Capture the Flag challenge or CTF challenge called the XPF challenge. I'm actually going to copy the link to the website and put that in the chat right now. If you go to our event page at DEFCON 201 and click on the Medium blog, we are currently have a team for it. So you can log, if you go to our Discord, and I'll post the Discord link in a little bit, you'll be able to find the login details, log in under a team, and then start hacking away. You don't have to be a super advanced hacker. We're just doing this to, one, figure out how CTFs work, because eventually we want to build our own, and two, we want to like test kind of like, what do we know? Maybe there's something that we don't know really well that we'd like to work on, and so that's why we do CTFs throughout the year. This is the final year of doing it, so if you want something to work on, starting today all the way until Sunday, December 20th at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can go and do all of those hacks. We'd also want to remind that we do have we got another donation here. Thank you. Couldn't read that one. But oh boy, is there gonna be on the delay? Yes. Thank you. That's a bunch of Unix code. Unix junkie for I couldn't read the donation. $20 donation. Thank you for that. Thank you for being Hacker Santa. We're like being the real SantaCon this year. It's amazing. But I'm gonna post this link in the chat. We're gonna go straight to the awesome person. No, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry for anything. Thank you so much for that, by the way. GI Jack, our co-founder, who will be on in a little bit, has set up a folding at home. This is another way you can give back during the holidays. We started this way back in around March, April, when COVID started, and it's basically you get to run an application that uses your leftover CPU and GPU usage that you're not using, and puts that to trying to unfold proteins. And a lot of this type of research led to the cure for COVID. Even when they stop with the cure for COVID, this will probably default back to cancer research and other sort of medical ills. And we have a lot of people who joined this. We're actually in the top 600. I think like our basic rival, even though they're doing this for good causes. Roottown is running this. Jeff Moss from IK Dark Tangent has got into this. You can see kind of us in here, like Neo Amsterdam and GI Jack and a bunch, and just people just hooked up some insane cards and machines to this. So if you want to file funding at home, and our co-founder might talk about this a little bit later, we're Team DC 201. Our team number is 241960. That's 241960. So when you join up, you put that team ID in, and that will bulk fold towards that team. So without further ado, let's get into the meat and potatoes of everything here. And I'm going to click over to this. So we originally were going to announce our meeting much, much earlier, and then a crazy thing happened called Solar Winds. Literally, I believe at 3 a.m. in the morning, one of our members, because a bunch of us live together, woke me up and was like, "Did you see the thing? Like, remember the thing that Luff talked about? We're all pwned." And we were just seeing all this craziness. And one of the best condensed sort of report on all of this, as well as a bunch of other infosec journalist things, is Kim. We saw Kim Zetter's post on Twitter, and we were like, "Hey, maybe we'll reach out to Kim and see would they even want to do this?" And then we were shocked when yes, they actually would want to do this. And so we thought we'd bring on award-winning journalist Kim Zetter on here. If you can if you could speak a bit, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, I'm here. I can't see anyone, so I don't even know if anyone is out there besides you.
That's perfectly fine. Just let us know in chat if you can hear us both fine. I'm sorry if there's an echo. It's probably because of microphones. That's perfectly fine because a lot of people are going to come in later, and it's just going to be mostly interview with us, and then on our live stream we have the chat. We will be taking questions, by the way, chat. Everyone on Twitch, D Live, YouTube, and Facebook at near the end when I run out of questions. But if you have questions you want to ask Kim during this about journalism and infosec, Stuxnet, Solar Winds, or any other sort of infosec topic, please type that in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning, and remember to hit that bell and like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, YouTube, and you can follow us on the Facebooks. So again, thank you, Kim. It's a really honor for you to be on our live stream here.
Yes, thanks for having me.
I prefer when people, and what we're going to do, by the way, is I have a bunch of different URLs that is going to visually cycle through, so you're just on audio as you per requested. If you could kind of give a background about like who you are and like what's like your field, like how did you get into this crazy sort of mess that's infosec journalism?
Yeah, so I've been covering security since since 1999. My God. I started at PC World, and it was just a fluke. I never intended to get into this kind of reporting, and my background is I'm an English major, English literature major. So the started writing about it at PC World. My first DEFCON was 2000, and that blew me away. And that's really what pulled me further into the community and into security reporting. So I worked after PC World for about 13 years writing for Wired. And then I've been doing freelance since 2016 for a bunch of publications: New York Times, Politico, Washington Post, Vice, Motherboard, Yahoo News. And also, I'm the author of a book about Stuxnet called Countdown to Zero Day, Stuxnet and the Launch of the World's First Digital Weapon.
Yes, I actually have that book on the screen here. It's been one of the books that I have read through it when physical Barnes and Nobles exist, and I was always broke, and that's literally going to be one of my Christmas presents for this year. Is I finally get to own this book because it's a really awesome like read. It reminds me of like Snowden's book where it's like a page turner, and it reads like something that would like some like Hollywood like crazy techno thriller would do, but it's an actual real thing that happened. Before we get into Stuxnet, I kind of want to ask just a bit about like doing journalism and infosec. Compared to other journalistic fields, what would you say is like some of the major differences with covering computer security and journalism as opposed to, let's say, like general politics or cultural reporting?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, obviously, it requires you to have a handle on all the technology. I didn't when I started, and I was really lucky. Like I said, I went to the first DEF CON. My first DEF CON was 2000, and I was really lucky to become acquainted with a bunch of people in the research community who were patient with me and would explain things to me. And so, over time, I developed knowledge about it, and my I guess, mission, if you can say it as a journalist, is to really sort of translate those technical details to the average audience so that they can comprehend these really complicated stories.
I'm just glad that you ran into good people because trust me, as someone who was um, being like in elementary school, going through that both online and in person, it's kind of actually like now where I've known people where when they show up to our meetings, they were like, "Wow, you're like the first like nice hackers we've met," and that like wrenches my like heart of like and like there's good people and bad people in this sort of field and hobby, and so I'm just really happy I had that positive experience. I also want to remind the
Well,
audience.
actually,
Hmm?
oh, sorry, I didn't
It's
mean to
okay. No,
interrupt.
no,
Go
no.
ahead.
Go on real quick. Yeah.
I just wanted to add to that point. I mean, that is one of the things, one of the primary things that pulled me into the community was how welcoming everyone was to
Mhm.
me. And people often ask me that because they're surprised that the hacker community, specifically because I'm female, that I would have been welcomed in such a way. And I think it's obviously there are a lot of difficulties now in the community with a lot of women who've had problems in the community. I never had that, but that was the one thing that I really appreciated was really how people did welcome me into the community, and we're just so willing to share information.
DEFCON and I also want to shout out Hackers on Planet Earth to some to either degrees because again there's terrible people everywhere are usually pretty good about that, and that's part of our mission statement. Especially we got delayed with COVID by this, but we've been working on it. Is like one of our we have like 5 tenets. It's like the 5 pillars of Islam, and one of those is we want to reach out to the local community, and we've highlighted that the local community is not just the downtown gentrified area of just like cis white males who have enough money to have God as sex change, and we're talking about general abstract business, but the people who actually like use cell phones, who live in residential areas, both a decent income and terrible incomes, because we're all part of technology now. We're all part of the digital divide. So I guess the next question that I want to get into is uh, when you're talking about doing cybersecurity and reporting, you know, doing cybersecurity, you have to be wary of like all sorts of minefields. You have like, various corporate entities, governments, individual personalities, and sometimes there's really no difference between the corporations and the government and these individual personalities. My question then is, what sort of difficulties have you ever run into or heard that your colleagues, and you don't have to name names, that in terms of reporting cybersecurity? Like, how is it like when a exploit comes out and you want to write it? Does do the editors for the publications get in the way? Does like a tech company come in and try to like what's like the OPSEC with that?
Well, it really varies on what the story is. I mean, I've certainly had companies that I'm writing about angry with me,
We
and
have something in
suggest that there
common.
and suggest that there might be some kind of litigation. I remember a story in particular that I wrote about Walmart years ago, where I obtained some information that they had suffered a really massive breach,
Mhm.
and no PII had been taken, so they didn't have to publicly disclose it. But it was during that whole period when TJX was hacked and all of those other retail companies. And so, I had received some documents and they wanted to see the documents before they would confirm anything. And so we're getting into a lot of arguments where I'm telling them, you know what the documents are, you possess them, I don't have to hand you my version of them. I was very concerned about watermarks or anything else that might identify a source. And so then they started, kind of intimating that I don't own those documents, that they're proprietary information and all that. Um, that's the beauty of having, editors and lawyers who are behind you, because they're willing to go to bat for that. And, their response is, that's nonsense. We have the documents legitimately, whatever. So in the end, I published the story fine. There are times when I will alter something in a story, if we're feeling a little nervous about it, but I've never really, I can't recall really taking something out of a story. I mean, that wasn't true. Obviously, if a company or whatever points something out to me that's incorrect, I'm going to correct that before it goes to the story. But I can't recall ever, being told to remove something from a story for sensitive reasons. I absolutely know colleagues who have had that happen. I've actually worked in places where that has happened.
Mhm.
And it is very, what do I want to say? I mean, it's, as a journalist, our job is to be, that fourth estate. We are supposed to be monitoring the wrongdoers. And when you see sort of wrongdoing happening in your own profession, that it's really, it's disconcerting. It's not a morale booster, quite the opposite.
Mhm.
And it's quite hard, but it definitely does happen.
I'm glad that you have that part of ethics for it. It sucks that we even have to say this because it feels like it's simple base rules about, for example, making sure that like individual people aren't doxxed and stuff like that, especially with the recent incident of the person who worked as an EMT who they found out that they also had an OnlyFans on the side, and the reporter just put all the information out there, and then people did their own research and found out that that reporter wasn't exactly the most reputable person either. Before we get into the next segment here, I have of questions that we wrote beforehand, and I'm just blanking out on this, so bear with me. Uh, what I wanted to ask before we kind of moved on was just you've written a lot of you're known for like I would say now two really big things, but we've been following your Twitter for a bit, and like you've written and also have amplified so many different tech issues and voices reporting on misdeeds, injustices, and errors. I would ask. I guess a two-part question. What was, and it can be obviously Stuxnet or something, but what was your like biggest like home run you felt for you in terms of getting a story out there, and which one was the most difficult one to get out there? They also both can be the same thing, and you don't have to either answer this question or name any names.
Well, I would say, I guess, I'm trying to think. I mean, I've written so many stories, but I think that the Stuxnet story that I wrote, it was about 10,000 words about how the researchers at Symantec, reverse engineered this and discovered, I mean, essentially how Stuxnet was exposed, what it was designed to do. And of course, that ultimately turned into the book. But there was another piece that I wrote just more recently. I think you said that I've known for two things, and I think what you probably mean are Stuxnet and also coverage of election security.
Yes.
And there was a piece that I published in 2000. I think it was, God, I'm so hard to remember timelines now in the age of COVID. I think I published it in 2019. We published it the week of DEFCON, and it was finally exposing that voting machines are indeed connected to the internet. This is something that had been just infuriated me for years, that voting machine vendors and election officials would tell the public over and over again, voting machines, first of all, they would say voting machines can't be hacked because they're not connected to the internet. And then they would insert that no systems are connected to the internet. And of course, we know voting machines that aren't connected to the internet can, of course, be hacked. And I wrote a book about a
There
system
was also
in
a
Iran that was not connected to the
there was
internet.
also a documentary called Kill Chain, in which that was actually my favorite part that wound up in the trailer. Was they found they sliced in all the clips where all the different politicians and engineers talked about how none of these machines connect to the internet, and the first thing they did when they booted up the current newest machine was it immediately tried to connect to the
The
local
Wi-Fi,
internet
the Wi-Fi.
unencrypted. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I'll just explain that, how these machines are connecting and why. They are supposed to not be connected during the election. The machines have a modem embedded into them. Not all of them, some of them do. And at the end of the election, when the election shuts down, then the poll workers will then, fire up the modem and transmit the votes electronically to the election office. Now, one of the reasons that they insist on doing this is because obviously we, the public, and especially the media, want fast results on election night. And or at least this is the argument that they give. Anytime I've ever asked an election official, why the hell are you connecting these things to the internet to transmit votes, and they say, well, why the hell are you journalists constantly demanding fast results from us? So they throw it back at us.
Mhm.
But the other thing is that they will say that it operates as sort of another security mechanism. So, after those votes are transmitted over the internet, then the memory card inside the voting machine is removed by the poll workers and then, hand carried into the elections office. And so that fast transmission should supposedly serve as kind of another check and balance, that memory card hasn't been altered between the time that it was taken out of the voting machine and then delivered to the elections office, because you've already received the results over the internet. So conceivably that serves as an extra check. But the part for me was always that they just insisted over and over again that these machines had never connected to the internet. And even when I pointed out the modems, they would say, "Well, that's not the internet; that's a modem."
Mhm.
So, and that's not just the election officials, because you can sort of dismiss the election officials as being technologically savvy and they don't quite understand. But this was the voting machine vendors that were feeding this information to the election officials to then feed that information to the public and the media. And that's what has always really angered me, was it was really disingenuous of the voting machine vendors telling the election officials what they wanted to hear. And in that story that I published, I basically obtained blueprints of the network connection for voting machines made by election systems and software. This is a blueprint that they made and that they give to their election official customers. And in that blueprint, it absolutely shows the votes going over the internet.
Mhm.
So
It's
that
also
was.
mhm, yes. Uh, there's also the. I just want to make sure that you didn't drop out. You're still there, right?
I'm here.
Okay,
Yes.
just make sure. I just also want a quick comment on that there's also the terrible thing where even if a vendor or a politician is savvy, like what drove us crazy, particularly with this election, is like for years, particularly for DEFCON, and I can't speak for DEFCON, but from what I heard, this was hell when this happened. There's the DEFCON voting machine village, and there's reporters like you and a lot of other people trying to get this word out, and previous administrations were ignoring this. The Trump administration was continually carrying on from Obama, the man that he hates, supposedly, ignoring it until he lost. And not only
Yeah.
then, that's when they wanted him and his White House wanted to bring that up, but he actually reposted a DC Voting Village video from last year about this, and it's just
Yeah.
sort of like, it's not that there's no flaws, but the fact that, oh, it's like the medical field with medical devices. Oh, you care now because it's a problem for you. You know, and that's sort of the heads
Yeah.
that you that's what you butt heads with, whether you're a hacker
Well,
or a
I mean,
journalist.
yes, I mean, imagine if you are a security researcher who's been working on this issue for 20 years, because these machines were first really introduced widely in states in 2002 after legislation was passed to make money available to purchase them.
Mhm.
So there have been people within the computer security community at Stanford University and outside of that who launched a movement and stuck with it for 20 years. Of they were the ones that got us paper backup records. We wouldn't have them without those people who fought hard for them. And so, they've been fighting for 20 years trying to get attention to the problems of the lack of integrity in our elections. And yeah, I mean, imagine for them for 20 years getting ignored for the most part, and then suddenly having the Trump administration sort of seize the work that they've done and have been doing in order to support his false claims of election fraud.
Right.
Yeah,
And
very frustrating.
before I thought I would share this before we went on. We actually both retweeted and screenshot and shared on Instagram with permission. I think my favorite description of even when you do modern elections, it's like elections will always be slow. Where someone wrote, "The nation collectively holds its breath as we come together to watch a Python script periodically scrape a JSON feed and shove it into a bootstrap table," and that's it's there's something that what's his name? He's not my favorite comedian, obviously, not quite, but Dane Cook has a whole thing about how we could have instant teleportation, but somehow the DMV would still take 8 seconds to teleport, and elections are always going to be one of those things, as they honestly should, because we're trying to aim for accuracy as instead of
Yeah.
speed. So I'm going to go on the next segment here, and we're going to bring up probably the thing that no one will ever not stop talking about, which is Stuxnet. I don't want to put a lot of pressure on you, so I do have the Wikipedia page to read from because my brain is fried. But could you give, since again, and we appreciate this, it's a very hard skill to take seemingly really complicated and more importantly confusing stuff and break it down to air quote plain English or like layman's terms. But could you go over through our audience, who a lot of them are elite hackers, but we can't ever assume that, of what Stuxnet was and is.
So Stuxnet was a malicious code. It was a combination of a virus slash worm that was created by the U.S. and Israel in a joint operation in order to infect air-gapped machines in Iran and sabotage centrifuges that were being used to enrich uranium gas. And it was Iran's illicit uranium enrichment program launched back in around 1999, 2000, but they didn't really get into full production of enriching uranium gas because at first they had to develop centrifuges and they had to develop a process for enriching them. They stole all the information, but it took a long time to get it up to speed. And when they were ready to actually start enriching uranium was about 2006. And Stuxnet would have been introduced into the systems there in around 2007. And then it wasn't discovered until 2010. But when I wrote the book, I didn't have definitive information about how Stuxnet got onto those systems. So we knew that there were two versions of Stuxnet that were discovered. There are other versions of Stuxnet that are out there that have never been publicly disclosed or publicly discovered. But we know that there are other versions. But at least the two versions that were publicly, discovered and exposed, they would spread via a USB stick and to these air gap systems that weren't connected to the internet. And so that meant that someone had to carry that malware on a USB stick to the systems that got infected were industrial control systems. So not your standard computer, but a system that is controlling process networks. And so it got spread via this USB stick. And so I speculated in the story that it would have been maybe either an inside mole who who spread it to the initial systems, or an unwitting insider who's, let's say, maybe their system was infected when they were outside of a protected environment, and then they brought it into the protected environment. And I was able to finally sort of close that loop last year in a story that I wrote for Yahoo News, in conjunction with a Dutch reporter. And we were able to reveal that it was Dutch intelligence agency who actually got that first version of Stuxnet inside the facility in Iran using a USB stick.
What I remember the most from that was how poetic and hilarious that the United States secretly teamed up with Israel, essentially. It almost like worked like the way you would think. And I am not saying this as a COVID theory, because to me, COVID is a completely different thing where it was just a natural thing happened and people were stupid. But that where they engineered something to attack their mutual enemy, and because I guess they forget that all computers are basically connected now, that while it did infect Iran's systems, it then went crazy and basically ate their own faces and their allies' faces. So there's a little
Well,
bit,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I'll talk a bit about that because how it started spreading, because there was some misreporting about that. But so Stuxnet, these were air gap systems, but the first version of Stuxnet had only one way of spreading, and that was via USB stick. And so that tells us that the hackers had, like I said, they had someone who carried it in to that protected network in Iran. But the subsequent version of Stuxnet that was unleashed in 2009 and again in 2010, that had multiple spreading mechanisms. And it didn't start in the facility that was infected. That subsequent version in 2009, 2010, the infections actually started outside of the Natanz facility. It was a facility, an uranium enrichment facility outside of a village called Natanz, that was hacked, or that was infected. But the subsequent versions, 2009, 2010, didn't start in Natanz. They started in 5 companies outside of Natanz who are in the business of installing industrial control systems. And one or more of those actually had contracts to be installing computer systems, industrial control systems at the Natanz facility. So they infected these contractors and use them as unwitting carriers to take that version of Stuxnet into the Natanz facility. But they, because they didn't have direct access to the systems that they were targeting, they needed a way to track that this spellware was getting to where it needed to go. So this version became, it was a worm, but what they did was they added a logging file into Stuxnet. So every time Stuxnet, as it traveled from one system to the next and infected that system, it would report back to a domain that the hackers controlled and announce that infection. And so that was the way that the researchers could track that it was getting to the systems that it was intended to target. The problem with infecting contractors, though, and not hand walking your code into the Natanz facility, is those contractors have other customers outside of Natanz. And so what happened was that one of those contractors, or one of those companies, maybe multiple people inside the company, once they were infected with the Stuxnet code, they carried that code to every other customer they had. And one of those companies in Iran also had offices in London and in Malaysia. And so, as soon as the infections began showing up in Iran, just as quickly they started showing up around the world. And so, at least that version. It was actually the 2010 version, not the 2009, because the 2010 version had a lot of spreading mechanisms added to it. And the 2009 version didn't have so many once it was on the network. So it was really the March 2010 version that really was sort of super boosted. And that started spreading to this company's offices in London and Malaysia, and to their other customers, and then around the world.
And a quick improv question, since you brought that up. Not as like a professional journalist, like I know information you don't know, but just as an opinion, do you do you believe that the United States government thought about how, and even maybe the Israeli government, that oh, because we're doing businesses instead of going directly to the source, that we're also possibly could infect all these other systems of our own and allies, but that's like what do you call it, sacrificial collateral, it'd be worth it in the end? Or do you think that for the people who made Stuxnet and approved of it, both government and researchers, was this something that you think that maybe this took them by surprise?
Well, Stuxnet was actually a precision weapon. So even though it was, it was wormified in terms of its spreading mechanisms, and it would infect any Windows system, it wouldn't actually unleash its destructive code on a system until it found a very, very, very specific configuration, a configuration that only existed at Natanz. Possibly, maybe there was another facility in Iran as well that had the exact same configuration being used in the Iranian program, but it was so specific. And just to give you an example of how specific, Stuxnet wouldn't unleash its code until it found a specific number of devices, the frequency converters that were actually only produced in Iran. And so you can imagine these frequency converters would not be used anywhere else except Iran. So it was so lawyered, so well lawyered. Lawyers' fingerprints are all over this code, that would have prevented collateral damage. Now, that doesn't mean that there wasn't collateral damage in the spreading mechanism, because obviously, if Stuxnet is a worm, it's clogging up networks. And in order to clean out those networks, people would have had to shut down networks and root it out. So it did cause some, sort of network administration collateral damage, but certainly not damage to systems in the way that the payload was producing.
And thank you, Anonymous, by the way, for donating $20 for. We're literally let's see, 85. If I can possibly do math, we're $25 away from a third to our goal. So thank you, Anonymous from Anani Land, for being a hacker Santa for this month for some putting out there. Thank you, Benjamin,
lemons.
for sending a lemon on D Live. This is where things get crazy.
Yeah.
And another
Yeah,
lemon.
lemons.
Might have to mute that in a moment. But and speaking of which,
lemons.
okay, hopefully that might be the last lemon. Hopefully, if otherwise.
Yeah,
All right, just temporarily. I don't think this is on purpose. This person, I think, likes us in the past so much that they like sending the lemons. But I'm just going to take that off for now. And actually, let me turn off the audio for that real quick. But while I think it stopped. Okay, it stopped. Question about that. What this is a kind of a loaded question to unpack, but try to do it the best of your ability. What has been like the impact of this between governments and companies and organizations and just plain like users? Like I know the fallout was massive from Stuxnet, but what were some of the biggest takeaways that you would consider would be big?
Well, I think what Stuxnet really did was it woke people up to the existence of industrial control systems, certainly in the hacking community, who weren't focused on that.
ICC Village for the win. That's the
Yes,
village that does it. Yeah.
exactly. We didn't have an IC Village at DEF CON until after Stuxnet.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, so the thing about Stuxnet, when Symantec people were their threat analysis and analyzers were reverse engineering the code, is it was written in a code that they'd never seen before. It wasn't standard code that's used on IT networks and things. So it was really an eye opener for a lot of people in the security community. There were niche people who were working in IC security, but they were so in the fringe that most people weren't aware of them, and certainly weren't aware of very specific problems that occur in IC networks that don't occur in IT networks. And so I think that was the main takeaway, was that suddenly people became aware of all of the potential vulnerabilities in industrial control systems, and thereby in critical infrastructure, in water treatment plants, in the electric grid, in chemical plants. The industrial control systems are used everywhere. And so I think that was the biggest takeaway, is that the security community had sort of been blind to an entire vector of the industry that they'd never really paid attention to.
Mhm. Two last questions on the Stuxnet subject, and then we will move on to what I think is the final chunk of the topic. Um, what was it like with the nature of reporting all this? Was it there was just so much constantly coming out that was overwhelming? Did you get any pushback from the United States or Israeli or other governments? Did you had issues with other editors and journalists trying to publish it? And obviously I'm not asking for classified stuff, so if there's anything you don't want to share, don't share it. I just wanted to ask, like, what was sort of the hell process of trying to like report this and put this all together?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get to the hell process second, but first I'll address no, there was no pushback from any government or anyone about looking into the story. And in fact, after the book was published, I wasn't sure how people in the U.S. government would react to it or Israelis react to it. And I remember I started doing speaking engagements after the book came out, and there was one event that I went to where I was on stage, and as I was coming off stage, I'd done a presentation on Stuxnet, and as I'm coming off stage, there was someone from the U.S. high level U.S. government coming onto the stage, and as I'm passing him, he sort of taps me on the shoulder and winks at me and says, "Good book, you almost got everything right." And
Oh, that's
so
mean.
and so the other surprise for me was that I started getting invitations to military bases to be giving presentations on Stuxnet. Stuxnet was a classified, very closely held operation that the average person in the military knew nothing about. Not even the average person, but even cyber warriors were not aware of. And so I've done quite a lot of speaking at military bases, giving them the lowdown on what Stuxnet was, what the capabilities are against critical infrastructure. And that's been really rewarding to sort of. I also got invited by someone who works for, well, he works for a government agency as an attorney. I won't say which agency, but he also teaches at a university. And he contacted me and he invited me to speak to his class. And I've done that a couple of times. And he said that he was so grateful for the book because it was a classified operation that he would never be able to talk about in class unless without the book. And so that was a big surprise to me that there was this whole community of people. The whole idea of offensive operations was not being um, acknowledged by the US government. It was not being openly discussed. It was not being discussed on Capitol Hill. And that was really a big drawback. I mean, sorry, when you asked about the other takeaways from this, that was the other takeaways that we really needed to start being more transparent about it. And I felt like that's what the book did, is it really made it possible for people to talk about it. In terms of the hellishness of doing the book, wow, there were many times that I was ready to give up. It was a very difficult book to wrap my head around. It was just so many details. I didn't want to tell the book in a dry way. I didn't want to tell the story in a dry way. I really wanted to tell the story in a way that I would be interested in reading if I didn't know anything about Stuxnet. And I wanted it to appeal to the average person. Like I told you, I said, my mission as a journalist has been to translate really complicated technical details to the average audience. And so, in order to do that, I felt like I really needed to be a storyteller and not just, sort of lay out what happened in a technical way. And so I told it like a detective story, and it really doesn't unfold, hopefully, like a thriller.
You actually answered the question I was going to ask next, which was the process of trying to put the book together. I do have a little bit of a question about that, but I do want to bring up for you that if you are kind of interested in like how the heck am I now speaking at major government organizations for some neglected field, there's a really hidden gem of a book called The Art of Making Money, and it's about the biography of Art Williams, who is the notorious counterfeiter that figured out how to using old techniques and new digital technology to replicate the at the time unprintable 1996 $100 bill. And if you're kind of interested in like a neglected field, and then like he's thinking the government's chasing him all the time, and then he finds out that they actually have no idea about this, and so after he gets caught, he's tracked. It's a really fun read, and it's set up like this. It's a really person autobiography in the same way how you wrote it as a mystery. I guess my last question about the Stuxnet thing before we moved on is, and I just want to remind again, we are doing the Child's Play charity where we are trying to be Hacker Santa and getting toys and assistive medical gear like ventilators and treadmills and VR equipment to children who have either contracted the COVID or other germ and physical injuries. I can't speak today. Mental or physical health conditions, as well as kids who suffer from domestic abuse. So if you want to be Hacker Santa on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's the Tiltify widget. They handle all the money. We don't see it. Every dollar goes to them, even if we don't meet our goal. And in chat for DLive, YouTube, and the Facebook out there, I got you, fam. There's a link in chat. I guess the last thing about that I don't know if you, because I'm stupid, I don't know if you published a book before the Stuxnet book, but what was like the trial and tribulations of trying to get a book published? Was it really hard to get the deal? Was there a lot of editor pressure? Like, could you speak a little bit about that, and then we'll move on?
No, I mean the actual nuts and bolts of getting it published or getting the book contract weren't that big of a deal because I'd done I like I've been at done a lot of sort of lengthy stories when I was at Wired, and I had a book agent
My
contact
condolences.
me. Sorry?
Sorry, I said my condolences. That's my like reaction to Wired. I don't hate Wired. It's just it was a dumb joke. Go on. I apologize.
What we probably share some feelings. Anyways, so he had contacted me. I think it was in 2007 or so when I'd done a story that he really liked, and asked me if I thought that could be expanded into a book. And at the time, I didn't think so. Now I realize I actually should have. But I didn't have a lot of confidence, and I never sort of tackled a project like that. But it was mostly that I wasn't sure how I could expand the story. Sort of really stupid decision at the time. But then he told me, well, if you ever have anything else that you think could be expanded into a book, let me know. And we'd stayed in touch over the years, and occasionally he'd reach out and say, hey, you have anything yet? And so it was natural when I decided to do this story that I'd reach out to him and say, I think this one can be a book. It just was such a meaty topic, and I could come at it from so many different angles. And so he helped me craft the book proposal. He took it to several publishers. We did the proposal in probably about a week or 2 weeks' time, revising it. And then he took it to several publishers, and there was what's called a bidding war. It was a mini bidding war. I'm not like a major author. But there was this mini bidding war between, I think there were 3 publishing houses who wanted it. And so then it was just a matter of me choosing which offer and which publishing house I wanted to work with. And he actually steered me towards, I ended up working with Random House, or it was a division of Random House. And it was a great experience because the editor there had experience publishing hacker related topics prior. And so he gave me a lot of leeway in publishing technical details. That was my big worry. And the book agent said to me, look, if you go with this other publisher, they're probably not going to let you put a lot of the technical stuff in. And so he really was invaluable in directing me to the publishing house and the editor that was going to allow me to get all that technical stuff in there.
That's awesome, and I'm really glad that you got to publish that book out there. And again, we're not trying to be like like the telethon here, but we did have the Amazon link earlier, and I don't think you can just get from Amazon. You can get this book all over the place, and it's just I've read it before. I just haven't owned it yet, and it's a really awesome and fun read of something that we all lived through, but it's like what you saw on on social media barely scratched the surface of all the stuff going on. So we're going to end with this last chunk here because we're going to answer the easy question here. So Solar Winds. The best way I could kind of describe to everyone is either the internet literally being the meme of the dog with everything on fire, with the dog with the coffee cup going, "This is fine," and what George Carlin once said in a fake news article, which is "Everyone is dead, and the trees are humming." You were quick to report comprehensive sort of taking from different sources in your own research, kind of how we get together. And we just got followed by someone that I'm going to check. Thank you. Long stream of hex numbers that I will be unable to read even if I could try. But thank you for following us on Twitch. I'm bringing up here the Internet Archive of SolarWinds website because they took down all the important information about it. But could you tell the audience out there in general, kind of like we did with Stuxnet? I feel like this is the new Stuxnet timed worse because that's the theme of 2020. We're bringing things back and making them way worse than what they originally were, and they were already bad enough. What's this Solar Winds, and why is everyone panicking right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, the full scale of this is still unknown, and it will be unfolding over the next weeks and months, maybe even years. But SolarWinds is a company that provides network monitoring and configuration software, and they have a lot of relationships with really important customers in the federal government, very high up in the government, the NSA, the White House, Department of Energy, Justice Department, blah, blah, blah. Also Microsoft, it turns out, and a lot of other commercial companies. And someone was able to to compromise their build network and get a backdoor introduced into code that was then distributed, digitally signed and distributed through SolarWinds software update portal. And they released these malicious files to customers in March, April, May of this year. And then were only discovered when some of these files were initially discovered on FireEye, the security company's network. FireEye, yeah, FireEye didn't initially know. Not all the customers that use the software, it was only a particular network management tool that got Trojaned, but it was, and not all of the customers who use that software actually got the malicious download because you know how long it takes some people to update their software. Thanks the Lord, I guess, finally, that a system administrator didn't actually download immediately. And many of those people never downloaded the software, or it took months for them to download it. So it doesn't mean that everyone was infected for 8 months. And then it was finally discovered because FireEye discovered it on their network. They notified SolarWinds, and then they also started notifying other customers of SolarWinds as they were discovered. And Microsoft was investigating as well.
One of our members named N Commander said that he really felt the whole updating software thing because it's no public secret that he used to work at Canonical, and as soon as I say that word, he's probably going to start drinking now. But we do have from the Wayback Machine the initial report by Solar Winds where they disclose this, and it reads just to get the audience up to date, and then we'll continue the interview. That according to them, they said it. Over 30,000 customers worldwide. I don't know if that's grown since then. This was the initial public report, including military, Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and education institutions. This included more than 425 of the U.S. Fortune 500s, all 10 of the top U.S. telecom communication companies, all 5 branches of the U.S. military, U.S. Pentagon, State Department, NASA, NSA, Postal Service, NOAA, Department of Justice, and the Office of the President of the United States. All 5 of the top 5 U.S. accounting firms and hundreds of universities, colleges worldwide, in this ridiculously long list of just as they say, the partial amount of companies and organizations that were pwned by this.
Actually, I want to just sort of interject in that because
sure.
that was the initial when no one knew what was going on. No one knew what software was compromised and all that. Just that SolarWinds software was compromised. So SolarWinds has 300,000 customers, at least according to their website. But there's only a subset of those who actually use the specific software tool that was Trojaned. And then of those, only a subset were actually infected because they downloaded the malicious code. So we got it narrowed down. So from that 30,000, SolarWinds subsequently said that they believed fewer than 18,000 got infected. And that was a week ago that they said that. So presumably as more investigation has occurred, they've been able to get a more specific number, but we don't know that yet.
It's a smaller number than before, but it's still not an insignificant number, especially those who are affected. One of the recent that's come out, and it's been a little bit confusing in the reporting, is how Microsoft has been affected on this. Do you mind of speaking a little bit on what that whole revelation detailed?
Yeah, so I mean, Microsoft is very interesting. Was one of the first to come out with a report about the SolarWinds operation, and so that's how people knew Microsoft was investigating it. And also, there was some potential talk about the hackers exploiting Office, and so, but that's so it was unclear, exactly how SolarWinds got infected. So it made sense for Microsoft to be into this. But it turns out, according to a report last night published, Microsoft itself was breached via the SolarWinds tool, network management tool as well. Microsoft, now the initial report that came out, Reuters published this. The initial report said that Microsoft was hacked using the SolarWinds software, and then its own Microsoft products were then used to further hack Microsoft customers.
Jesus.
And Microsoft was very quick to jump on that and say that is absolutely incorrect. So they acknowledged that they found SolarWinds, those malicious SolarWinds files on their network, but they say there's absolutely no evidence that they've found that their products were used to compromise their customers.
When a lot of organizations and individual personalities on the internet were reporting this, particularly the Microsoft one, and it's interesting how you say hackers. There was a lot of reputable and non-reputable reporting agencies quoting, saying that this is from Russian state actors. The White House always seems to try to infer that this is China. Is the group of people identities responsible are still unknown, or has there been more recent developments of who actually might have committed this
I think
zero
it
day?
really depends. It really depends who you talk to. The researchers that I talk to are very much saying this is early days, and um, they um, they don't they don't want to sort of point to a specific actor. If you talk to government people will tell you it's Russia. So you sort of have to be careful who you talk to and who you sort of adopt their terminology or their attribution. But yeah, I mean, FireEye has not come out with any specific attribution, although I don't expect that they would ever do that anyway. They don't generally attribute, at least not on the record. So I think that most people are, people who have been tracking this Russian groups, the intelligence groups, who have been responsible for other attacks in State Department and other, White House attacks previously. They are the ones who are saying that these are connected. Um, Many of the tools that the hackers were using were not seen before. So there's no like forensic footprints that match a previous attack. But that's it, again, we're still in early days. And so it's quite possible that those will be uncovered and there will be matches, and then they will be able to make a more definitive connection.
Uh,
But yeah, the attribution right now is still up in the air.
Before I go on with the next couple of questions, I want to remind chat, because we only have a couple of minutes left, that if you do have any questions for Kim about solar winds, Stuxnet, journalism in general, journalism in terms of cybersecurity or other cybersecurity contexts, or what the heck this shirt means that I'm wearing, you can always ask in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. Um, my next question that was pre-planned, mostly pre-planned, I should say, is my brain just blanked out. Sorry, I'm only human. Just give me a couple of.
It's Friday. It's
It's like
Friday.
it's like cats where they sit there and they just get their firmware update. Um, is that has there been any mitigation or forms of solutions currently for the situation, or is that still in developing and unknown?
Well, there was definitely detection developed right away. I mean, Microsoft Defender already had detection, I think within a day after. Well, actually, I don't know when they started working on this, but within a day after we knew, the public knew that this involved solar winds. Microsoft Defender already had, Windows Defender already had detection mechanism in it. It took a little bit longer for Solar Winds to get their act together. They did release two hot fixes, and so they were urging customers to update to those hot fixes. The second one, I think they published on Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. So yeah, the fixes are available.
One of our people in chat asked, "What are the similarities do you see between Stuxnet and Solar Winds?" I want to elaborate on that. That I don't know if there's any sort of coding or attack vector similarities, but I guess what probably might could be similar or dissimilar is sort of like how it was detected and how people reacted. But that was the question: is there any similarities between what you saw with Stuxnet and what you're seeing now with Solar Winds?
I think I don't see any sort of connections in techniques and things like that. I mean, obviously the kill chain techniques are standard once you're on a network, so there are going to be similarities in that sense. But I think in terms of what people are talking about, because I've seen a lot of people sort of saying this is the new Stuxnet or whatever. It's not like the code, the backdoor was sophisticated in the way that Stuxnet was incredibly sophisticated. The payload was incredibly sophisticated. It's not that kind of a comparison, but I think it's more like the scale of this and the significance of it. Stuxnet really was, I hate this term, a game changer, but it really was. This is we've seen supply chain attacks before, so it's not new in that sense, but really the bold scope of going after this kind of supply chain obviously takes us into a new territory now. And um, we've always been talking about this in the community, that this is a possibility. Everyone has always been talking about, someone getting into Microsoft Windows software updates and Trojaning those. That's been, a nightmare scenario, for years in the community, and everyone's just sort of been waiting for that to happen. And this is kind of the equivalent of that. It's not quite Microsoft software, but it's more important because, these are network management tools, and so they're going to be going to more significant targets than just, your Windows operating system going to the average person out there. So one thing that I should mention that I didn't mention before is obviously that when system administrators downloaded these Trojan files from SolarWinds portal, um, although they were compromised at that point, the hackers didn't actually exploit that compromise in everyone who got infected. That would have been taking a lot of resources. They needed to be strategic in their approach here, and they needed to pick the most high value ones that they wanted to further exploit. I'm sorry, my answer is really long-winded.
No, not at all. No, this is perfect for time-wise. I don't want to keep you here forever. We just have like probably one or two more questions unless someone in chat has something. So we don't know if you're on a super time schedule, but we'd like to ask at least like 2 or 3 more questions. And we're gonna say this again, but thank you so much for being on here for our last meeting, online live stream meeting of the year. This has been absolutely fantastic, and it's always nice to get, as a group of unprofessional people, it's always nice to get really professional people involved in this. So thank you for taking your time out for this. One thing that I wanted to bring up that was a kind of, I wouldn't say a very recent development, but a recent development is apparently last year there was a dry run. There was a group of hackers or security researchers that did a dry run of the type of breach that Solar Winds eventually became, and I guess either it was not published or I don't know if it was covered up. Do you know any information about that? And if so, can you elaborate on that?
I just published that story a few hours ago.
Oh, okay, I'm dumb. Yep, there's your name. Uh, Later after
That's
this
all right.
interview, I'm going to thank you and then open the window and jump out of it. But yes, I just did, no, because I did. So this is the classic out there when any female identified person is always like, yeah, but this thing in pip, and they don't realize that they are talking to the person that made the thing in pip. So I completely did that like legit by accident. There was no malicious intent there. And yep,
No
the
problem.
side pocket self-owned, because that's the type of year we're having in 2020. I also want to just quickly point out, before you answer your question, that, and I don't know if you want to elaborate on this, but also when Stuxnet happened, and I can't remember because I'm dumb too, what year that happened in, but regardless, it's before 2016 or like proper 2016, and so there was still, I won't say that reporting was like technically like overall more respectable or so happen, but like Stuxnet would be a thing that would stick out to everyone's mind. While with Solar Winds, you're kind of reporting in a thing where it's just another shitty thing after not just another shitty thing in 2020 alone, but a really shitty 4 years overall. So I kind of am also interested in observing how much this is going to impact when trends are getting screwed because there's just so much bad news happening, whether it's police brutality, random robberies, toilet paper running out, new COVID stuff, or this stupid thing that the Space Force did while we were streaming, which we will get into that. But that also must be a hell environment to kind of report in, where before you would have like kind of breathing room to get things out, and now it's just there's so much bad stuff happening that it's like it's almost like if it wasn't for people constantly reporting solar winds such as yourself, it would probably just float away with the next new bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, the poor hackers who did this, right? Their work is being drowned out by COVID news and other things.
Mhm.
I
Not that
think
that's
that
not important, but yeah, ah,
yeah. Oh, sorry, what was your question?
sorry. Also, Yahoo just did a Yahoo. My question was
Okay,
the
same
article you
story.
reported on. Could you elaborate on that? There was a dry run apparently. This is last year, and did they? Was it like ignored or not published? Like what was that about?
Yeah, so there were so the when I was talking about the Trojan Solar Winds files that were distributed to customers, that was in March, April, May of this year.
Mhm.
And it turns out that there were at least two files from October 2019 that were also distributed to customers. They were modified, but they were not, they didn't actually have the backdoor embedded into them. And so they had the code in them that was prepared to receive a backdoor, let's say, but not the backdoor. And that actually went out to customers on October 10th, 2019. But because it didn't have the backdoor, presumably there was no direct way for the hackers to get into those systems through those Trojan files. And the people that I spoke with said that there's currently no evidence that once the hackers had those malicious files on some infected networks, that they did anything else malicious on those networks. So that said to them that this was a dry run, a test run, potentially to just see if the delivery mechanism worked, if they could actually get these files through the system and onto customer networks without it being detected. And that's a 5 month gap though, window between when those 2019 files were distributed and then when the March 2020 ones were actually delivered. So, did it take 5 months for them to write a backdoor? I doubt it. But clearly, they had a lot of work that they needed to do between October and March.
Uh, Two quick questions, one from chat and then one that we just came up with, and then I think we should be good on this. Someone in chat wrote that apparently I don't know if they're referencing your article or overall of what was written about that recent development, but apparently the test run was they wrote that they heard it was done on using Apple Mac computers, and so they were curious if that had like was there like a difference between that dry run that didn't show anything because of the way Apple's setup was, and like compared to what would have been used for this actual 0 day method, or was that a not
I haven't
consequence?
seen that. I haven't seen that. What do you mean it was done on Apple computers?
Someone wrote in chat, and I don't know if they have a source for this. I think they said they saw it on from they said Yahoo Journalism that they were apparently done using Mac computers, and so I didn't know if you wanted to
Well,
clear the air on that or.
I published the story on Yahoo News, so
Mhm.
maybe they might be conflating things.
Okay.
But if they have any a link to something talking about a Mac system being used for that, I'd love to see that.
Awesome. And we will if you don't mind, we will share your Twitter at the end of this. I guess the final question, and by the way, in chat, if you have any questions, this is the time to do it because we're kind of wrapping up here.
Yeah.
Is that currently there's supposedly a mass attempt hack overall with this is kind of loaded with Russia. My question is I know it's currently developing, but just not what's been reported on news. This is what I'm asking is not news. It's not been confirmed or disconfirmed anywhere, but just your personal opinion. Would you not be surprised if this was apparently part of the whole um stuff that's happening, whether it's Russia or another major group state actor or not, or do you think this is yet just another crappy thing that just happened in 2020?
It's definitely not just another thing that happened in 2020, crappy thing. There are only really two actors that this could be, Russia or China.
Hmm.
And I would not be surprised at all if it turns out to be Russia.
Hmm.
So, China has done some supply chain hacks before. And of course, they've done major espionage operations before. So if you look at it just from that perspective, it could potentially be either of those. But really, I think that this has more hallmarks of Russia.
Oh wow, I didn't know they were in chat, but I didn't know they had a Twitch. But thank you, One Dark One. We know this person for following us finally on Twitch. See, we could actually behave on here. Last question just popped into my mind. And I know that we're getting like in political, personal stuff, and honestly, I don't know what to think of this. But um, do do you believe, because this is not a piece of news, that the current administration, you could call it the Trump administration, but did the current administration weaken infrastructure overall to more allow this to happen, or was this something that was more of like something that was built in that like any administration, this could have happened to like any of them?
Yeah, this would have happened to any of them.
Okay.
I mean, FireEye got hacked.
Hmm.
FireEye was alert, obviously, when the hacker started doing something. Part of what's in the story that I published today reveals how FireEye discovered the breach.
Hmm.
But I think, and I don't know that, Microsoft discovered it without, after, before everyone else knew about this. So I think that it wasn't that they were getting directly into government networks. Remember, they came in through trusted software that was digitally signed. Obviously, there are other questions to be asked about monitoring that was going on those government networks. Um, the reports from FireEye and Microsoft talk about the sophistication of the obfuscation that they used in order to prevent, the initial communication between the infected systems and the CNC server from being detected. So they obviously took steps to make sure that they wouldn't get caught, but they were obviously caught on the FireEye network. So are there things that they did on other networks that should have got them caught and didn't because they weren't doing the right monitoring and logging? I think that's the question that people are going to be having to ask and answer at this point. And I'm pretty sure you'll probably find that yes, there were things that should have been caught that weren't.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the movie Hackers, where it was just some guy who thought he got a call from his boss and had to look at his physical modem and read a number. That was a bad joke. Anyhow, the because we love that movie because it's so dumb yet so wonderful. I guess the last thing I'd ask that might tie all this up is between Stuxnet, the voting machines, and what's currently going on with Solar Winds. This is kind of a broad question, but I'll break it down a bit. What can people learn? What are like the common patterns that can people learn about this in terms of uh, perception of something being hacked, finding a vulnerability, disclosing it, and reporting it? What can reporters learn from this? What can companies and government, and what can the viewer out there, what do you think people should be able to take away from all of these major exploits and disasters?
Well, I mean, for the average person, the takeaway here is that they weren't after your information. This was, very strategic precision attacks. I mean, they weren't precision in the sense that they weren't careful about who they infected initially, but that it was very precision in terms of who they further infected once they got those files on the system. So the average person isn't going to be directly affected by this. But we don't know really what the ultimate fallout of this is going to be. Did they steal information that they're then going to leak? If it is the Russian intelligence, they don't have a track record of doing that. They were in the DNC networks at the same time another group of Russian hackers was in the DNC network, and it's only the other group that actually leaked information that they stole from DNC. The Russian intel hackers never leaked information. So they are obviously much more skilled, professional, and their aim is to remain unnoticed. So so maybe there won't be information that gets leaked, but we don't know how information will be used. And when I say the average user isn't going to be affected by this, ultimately they could be affected if, this information is used in some way that harms the US, harms US national security, then of course you're indirectly affected by it. In terms of companies and federal agencies and stuff, I mean, this is, I don't know how to quite say this, but this takes their defensive networks to a whole new level. You know, this this tells us that the intelligence agencies who are doing SIGINT, who are doing signals intelligence collections, didn't detect this. And people who are defending networks like the NSA, and DHS, who's helping to defend civilian government networks, they didn't detect this. And so I think that we're going to be seeing hearings and white papers and case studies on how how this got back all by all of the protections, and really ultimately, can something like this be protected against? So we'll be seeing what that fallout is.
To use a modified line from the movie Hackers, Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, right. It's Cyberpunk 2020, where Cyberpunk is now, where basically when your average person has to have the same sort of I would actually say when your average company has to have the same sort of level safeguard that 30 plus years ago we'd imagine like major world governments like the United States or Russia or Soviet Union to have. That kind of says a lot of how much we've progressed both for better and for worse, and I'm just so totally afraid of and fascinated by what people what's going to be kind of not only the fallout of this, but like the sequels to this sort of stuff, because we love sequels, and unfortunately, and it's going to take a lot of brave hackers, researchers, and really clever and brave journalists like yourself to do so. Right before I do the closing, I do want to ask, because we had to report on this, that we want to thank someone from our Mastodon for putting it out. Had you know that apparently last year, Greg W. Stewart, who apparently worked at, and his name's public, on for Solar Winds, actually made an expose last year on Thwack about the dangers of open source and FOSS programs, arguing that they can easily have injected code and back doors, and that's why we should not really rely on open source projects, but rely on like patented internal copyrighted software from companies like themselves. I was just curious if you knew about that.
I saw that floating by on Twitter
Yeah.
when people were pointing fingers and trying to,
Where we're not putting
make.
figures, it's just the irony is kind of amazing there. It's like one of those like hindsight 2020 literally sort of things. uh,
Yeah, but I mean, we all know that nothing is foolproof,
yes.
and open source, proprietary, whatever. There's always going to be an angle, and a subversion. So nothing is foolproof.
So I guess my last question is, unless there's someone in chat in the next minute or anyone in the, because we have a couple of people in Blue Button, I will allow you to turn your mics on because you should have that option. Does anyone have any questions to ask Kim before we wrap this up? I'm gonna wait for the delay for a couple seconds. Anybody? Apparently someone's drinking because I just did a hindsight is 2020 joke because I am the king of hacker old man jokes around here. I guess as I'm waiting for this, thank you so much, Kim, for I can call you Kim, right? That thank you, Kim, for coming out on here and just laying down the law. Again, we're so used to seeing this from, and especially something as breaking as Solar Winds, or something even in our past. It's weird to say that in our past, like Stuxnet, or the Melissa virus, or Heartbleed, or Spectre, and James Bond, or whatever. That we often kind of forget that, well, there is definitely important researchers, but that there's so many other aspects, such as social needs being impacted by this, and journalists trying to work with hackers instead of against them to get this stuff out. And we highly congratulate you at DEFCON 201 for thank you for doing this work, and we are excited to see the type of work you work on in the future. How would people who would want to contact you, whether for disclosing information or asking questions, like uh, what can people follow you and contact you on? And also, I know this is a compound thing, also, like is there anything you would like to announce or just say in general, get something off your chest as a final uh, say in our little discussion here?
Um, no. I mean, we covered a lot here. I think that the Solar Winds is going to be interesting to watch how it unfolds.
Mhm.
We can all sort of imagine the direction it's going in. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fascinating next few months to see what the fallout is.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, Kim. It's been an honor for us to have you here at DEFCON 201 for our live stream. I hope you have as a pleasant day as 2020 and COVID-19 will allow you. I hope you and any of your loved ones or intermediary interactions have a safe and lovely holiday and New Year. And yeah, we're just incredibly honored that you were able to bring. There's someone else on the chat that you were able to come on here and talk about your expertise. Thank you so much. And also, if we have an in-person DESCON, whether it's next year in the future, I don't know if you'll ever attend one again or HackerCon, but if we ever bump into each other, we will buy you a non-alcoholic or alcoholic drink of your choice or sandwich or whatever, and we would love to pick your brain on some things, not in a threatening way, but basically we'd like to hang out. So thank you
Yeah,
so much.
absolutely. Thanks for having me. It's my
Yes.
pleasure. It's a lot of
And
fun.
it's up to you if you, I know you're a busy person. It's up to you if you want to stay on because now we're going to have two of our local people to present, or if you want to go off. But we have if you ever want to check in on our stream or see a recording later, our links are on there. And as soon as this recording's done, I will message you the entire meeting recording. So thank you.
Oh yeah, I love that because I wanted to see actually one of the talks that preceded my interview. So
Oh,
definitely.
geez. Question. Which one was it? Because they're both very nervous.
Oh, then I'm not going to say.
Oh,
I'll
really?
I'll say both of them. I'll say
No,
both of them.
we
I
we, we want to be this no pressure for either of you. All right. So, speaking of that, we're gonna move on. I just want to bring up the points yet again of if you like the content that you see here, and in addition to these meetings, and we figured this out in May, we have uh we're really bored here because it's New Jersey. All there is just pork rolls and rubble and pork rolls filled with rubble and endless potholes. We're basically in a battle between us and Massachusetts of who has the most potholes. I've always described New Jersey as one giant pothole with a bunch of potholes in it. Um, and we have so many different things. So even after this show, this Sunday, I do a show called Master of Unlocking where I teach people how to pick locks and how lock mechanisms work and how you can better secure yourself. Uh, Next week, we hopefully will have a return of Hackall and Commander, for example, who does a lot of retro hacks and just crazy things. And sorry.
You see that N Commander says that he has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Commander, what was your question? If you're in the thing here, you can
I'm
unmute yourself.
in here. Are you not hearing me?
No, we can hear
Now
you
I
now.
do.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question I had is, it seems that since Stuxnet and other worms have become more and more in scale, I'm just wondering, am I completely out of my mind in thinking that we're just going to see constant escalation until something takes out the internet backbone as a whole? Because that's where I feel like we're going.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, wasn't Mudge saying back in 1996
I was going to bring that up. Yeah.
the whole TCP thing that he could take down the internet in 30 minutes? Yeah, I mean, obviously there are a lot of really destructive things and disruptive things that could happen that simply haven't because someone hasn't had the will to pull them off. So that's really all that's keeping us from experiencing those things. Yeah, I totally expect we will see more and more escalation. I mean, you know, these things only go in one direction. You know, the cat's out of the bag. We don't undo knowledge in terms of hacking. We only build on it. So yeah, I definitely think we will see more escalation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there was a targeted attack, you could take down the internet. I know where you would hit, and if I know, a lot of people know. But I'm thinking more of it as like an accident. Like Stuxnet was a highly targeted attack, but if you make a few wrong if statements, you've now bricked every. Yeah, I mean that's what it boils down to.
We also have enough complicated infrastructure that it becomes like the opening of Clerks 2, where sometimes there is a nationwide attack. Sometimes it's that the person accidentally left the coffee pot on all night, and that's why the building burnt down. So that's also kind of another fear with how interwoven our tech is.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely an issue about that. I mean, but I guess we're less concerned about those kinds of mistakes because there's no maliciousness behind them, and so you can deal with just recovering from the mistake, not necessarily the fallout from the maliciousness. So it's sort of a different scope and a different problem, but definitely yes, just as big as an issue.
Awesome. Does anyone else in our Twitch chat the big blue button that we have, or any of like GI Jack or anyone? Does anyone have any questions for remaining questions for Kim? So that way we can release her back into the world so she can do all the good things that we need. More good things in the world. Jack said no. So awesome. So if there is some last minute things, I will bring that up. I want to reiterate, Kim, thank you again for being on this program and giving us all the education that we desperately need. And again, I hope you and your loved ones have a fantastic holiday and that you are safe. And hopefully 2021 will be at least slightly better than what we're currently going through right now.
My pleasure for coming on, and thanks for having me. And also, as this unfolds, if you want me to come back again, if we, need to address further information that's come out, feel free to reach out.
Perfect. I was going to make a bunch of announcements at the end, but one of the things that we've been pressured to do by a bunch of unnamed, not that they're corporate, but unnamed entities is we do know that there's trying to be a DEFCON group village in person when we have DEFCON in person, but apparently they also want to throw a giant party, and everyone's tried to slack that onto us. So if that happens and we actually do this and not die, and the keyword is not die, you are more than welcome for that, as well as to come back for any of our future meetup stuff. So no, trust me, N Commander, I don't want to bi-weekly. No, there's I'm but out there a lot of people refer to me as bisexual. Fine with that. Bi-weekly meetings. No, I'm going to find my firearm for you. So if everyone else doesn't mind, I'm going to go over the sort of stuff again. That just a reminder, we are trying to raise money for Child's Play. Sadly, it is not the awesome film starring Chucky with the crazy murder doll and everything. Although it is, I think it's actually even more awesome than that. It's run by the Penny Arcade people. They did the Penny Arcade Expo PAX East that we went to back in February. We presented about video game hacking, and we're going to try to come back again soon. But they basically raise money every year, and especially in late December. And we're running ours until January 2nd, until the day after New Year's. We want everyone out there to be Hacker Santa for a kid that is currently affected by COVID, affected by some sort of disease or injury, has suffered through domestic abuse, or has a disability physically or mentally. Some of the stuff, the money they collect is for toys to help cope with all the crazy stuff going on, especially 2020. I think we can all relate to trying to cope with everything. Other things are actual assistive gear, such as ventilators and crutches and VR rehabilitative VR equipment and treadmills and hydrotherapy and other sorts of things, as well as providing direct money to hospitals and stuff. So if you want to be Hacker Santa, it'd be amazing, like 20, 50, $1 billion. But, if you only can spare $5, $3, $1, every bit counts. It all goes through Tiltify. We don't touch any of it. And even if we don't reach our 300 goal, I'd love to reach our 300 goal by New Year's, or especially before then. But all the money that you've donated, like with our past live streams, will go straight to sick kids who are in need, to either help rehabilitate them, or if unfortunately it's the worst case scenario, to at least make their time here the best that possibly could. I know it's like really heavy stuff because we're about to get into some stupid ridiculous stuff, but if you are in Twitch, we do have a widget. You scroll down, you can click on it and donate directly, and that way you can watch our stream without leaving our page. If you're on DLive, YouTube, or Facebook, I got you, fam. I just posted the link, which I have been doing in the chat. Also, if you really like this content and you want to give a bravo to Kim, who just spoke with us, these two wise guys who are, because it's the two wise men instead of the three wise men, because I am not wise, despite the shirt, who want to, yes, I'm the camel. That tries to sell your children cigarettes and then got banned in the 90s. But no, if you really like this content, if you like this meeting, if you're excited to see all the upcoming stuff, because we're going to make announcements. There's going to be more streams. There will be more streams. You can hit that bell, click like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, or follow us on Facebook if unfortunately you're stuck there. We're going to keep expanding, evolving, and moving things on. Speaking of moving things on, so one of the things that I really wanted to do is I wanted to, let's go back to our big blue button, is we're going to reach out to people like Kim, like cool, awesome people we know around on the internet. Even when we go back to physical locations, we're going to look at local people and online people, because now we have the infrastructure for that. And we're not rich. Like, this is literally run together by like duct tape and bad bash cells. But we want to work more on like instead of just being like, oh, we have I don't know, like we have like Elon Musk, and we somehow we bought Mr. Rogers back from the dead and big things like that. We want to more focus on like stuff we've been working on and cool ideas that we have. I actually had to delay mines into next month. It's going to be a doozy. So we asked a bit, and we again thought, hey, if you have cool ideas, you can always email us at info@defcon21.org. You can find it on our website at defcon201.org. That's DEFCON dot sorry DEFCON201.org. My brain can't work. And because my brain can't work, we have two awesome sauce awesome talks that are about to happen. The first one up is the other co-founder, GI Jack. You know him from Arch Valley. He did an awesome live stream yesterday on Neo Feud, a cyberpunk game that actually works and lives up to the cyberpunk aesthetic and
Yes.
mindset. And he wants to talk about this is the project that doesn't end. This is why you're on Arch Linux, my friend. That he's been working on with Ninja OS, with Ninja Forge, the next generation, now with more GUIs. So without further ado, take it away, the Wolfman, Jack.
Good evening, everybody. This is co-founder GI Jack here. I'm going to share one of the what's it called? One of kind of like the central features for Ninja OS is getting a facelift as a whole of sub framework called Clone and Forge. I'm going to get into Clone and Forge NG in a second, kind of how I'm kind of like overhauling all this. And I'm going to start with going into what is Clone and Forge, what is Ninja Forge, what is Ninja Clone. And the subsection of Ninja Clone is Ninja Dupe, as in duplicate. So let's see here. Where's the share button? Share button is.
We're still getting used to the systems here. It should be the lower right
Yeah.
with the plus.
Okay. Lower right with the. Okay, those just disappeared. Am I like a presenter or something, or? I don't think I have.
Jack, are you on the web client or are you on Linux?
I'm on the web client in Linux.
Okay, yeah, because for me, I only have share webcam. I can do the fake.
No, what's it called? I think it's permissions. I was able to share it with the test one. For some reason, this is not showing up.
Here.
So,
let's see here. Okay, I just found so there's enable icons for doing.
all right. Oh, there he goes. There's a button. So, all right. So you get to see my fancy
oh wait,
artwork.
what's happening? Hey,
yes.
we can see Jack. All right, I'll mute myself.
All right. So yes, there's this here. So my fancy Arch Linux on GNOME. So here, this is the base profile from Ninja OS. So here we had these scripts, 3 scripts, USR, share. We have Ninja Forge, Ninja. Actually, let's go back here. User profile, user guides. These are available. Ninja OS's user guides. We scroll down here is a better explanation of it. Clone and Forge is a framework for burning Ninja OS into a USB stick, and most importantly, it's making making system packages of Ninja OS for distribution. And this is basically native tooling. So the whole idea is if you're running Ninja OS stick, you can use Ninja Clone, and it will clone the main image in the boot sector to the from Ninja OS into a bunch of image files, and you can use there's a package option. And there's a hash option, you can use this to, packages up into a convenient, zip file. So I kind of get carried over with this. So instead of just kind of packaging into this, I took the package format, right? And I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to make this into a spec because there's something I haven't found is what's it called, a package specification for distributing live OSs that adds two critical features that I didn't find anything. Other feature is a metadata index file in a what's it called, in a directory and a hierarchy for signing the images. So there's what's it called, hash verification if you just need integrity checking, and then there's an option you can see here when you reconstitute it for GPG checking. So here, where you can automatically sign it with the hash because the private key is not included with NinjaOS, it's really useless to have built-in GPG signing. So you have to kind of sign everything manually, which is kind of easy because the format just says everything file name.sig, which is what comes out of GPG. You just put them in the GPG directory and then recompress everything. And then you have to put the, what's it called, recently added the key, what's it called, a set file, which is for the key. So you can basically check the package against itself. The anchor of trust, of course, being the signature. The signature, which is displayed in metadata. And I'm getting to that in a minute because I kind of didn't think far as when I originally did this. I really was just thinking, okay, well, like let's say one person has a copy of NinjaOS, and so how does somebody else want it? So you could just kind of clone it and then you can package it and you can kind of give it to them. This will also include a version of Forge in the package, which is kind of intuitive because that person can just download it without having the Forge tool and just kind of clone NinjaOS. So which is kind of interesting. So it's like, yeah, you can send over the network, and now you have a copy of NinjaOS. When I distribute NinjaOS over the internet, it basically uses this package format. You can download it. You can use the shell script to burn the NinjaOS thing. Limitations of this, and of course, the one I use most often is NinjaDupe, which is just kind of an alias for Ninja Clone /dupe. So you can just do Ninja Dupe, and then you can put what's it called, a dev SDX of the USB stick, and it will just dupe what's it called, instead of just making the software or worrying about disk space or copying time, it'll just copy to a new USB stick. So you can do things like, I want another USB stick, I want to give it to somebody else, etc. Once you have a copy of NinjaOS, you can start.
You are now muted.
I cannot. It's kind of limitation.
You are now muted.
Let's see if I could preferences fonts. Okay, maybe I can. Fonts. So fonts bigger. Again, limitations of this, right? Limitations of this is it's kind of like features kind of got bolted on. I had a metadata version that's kind of like my own kind of proprietary LSB release kind of file that I'd stuck here in var live OS version. So here we have this. This is like the metadata file, which is on NinjaOS's var live OS version. This gets packaged into the root directory of a live OS zip. So he adds metadata information, the OS name, OS version, file revision, Arch. OS architecture is a big one. Right now, NinjaOS is pure 64-bit. When I first started with NinjaOS, it was i686 and Arch. And then for a long time, there was an x86 64-bit and a 32-bit build. With version 12, I gave up on what's it called, i686, because upstream Arch dropped that. Partition size is another one. It tells you how big the partition to make. In the future, I plan on actually checking this against whatever image is there. Down here, we have, again, some jank. What's it called? The key sig and the key name. Right now, when I actually started cleaning up, like, because again, it just kind of didn't know what I wanted to do with this. We'd say like just a key ring with just one public key, to make sure there's no false positives from other keys you might have in the ring, so you can't do an attack by signing with another key that you socially engineered somebody to import. So these two are obviously the same information. This is depreciated right here. This is a stupid joke that was from the old format of the old way that we actually had a really terrible formatted for live OS version. Used to be something a little more obtuse that was just lines in a file, and it would parse it with awk. So here we just did this, and to a more readable format, but this stupid joke kind of stuck in. So the problem with this is a lot of it was just kind of started out with one functionality, and then two, you decided, okay, I kind of want more verification and more kind of, okay, how do we tell the real goal of GPG package signing was, instead of just this hash sum is in case you reconstitute this and you don't care if it's security, you just need check if it's valid. We'll check against like accidental damage or errors or disk errors. But what I really didn't think when I started doing like with GPGs, I didn't think that, okay, how do I, if I see out in the wild, if you see a version of Ninja OS or any live OS, how do you tell if it's valid? How do you tell if it's the one that I actually packaged? And how do I know if it's like, for something happened, if it's if somebody didn't man the middle and replace it with another one? So I was like, okay, so there's a whole bunch of bolted on GPG features. Where do I anchor the trust point, etc. Like if you have a certificate chain, like what's going to be used as a root? And I ultimately decided if you shouldn't really do a cert chain, because like reality, there's no way to really anchor it on anything, because part of NinjaOS is you assume that the internet's not always going to be friendly or not always going to really be there. So it has to be kind of anchored to itself. The best way to do that is, again, kind of check the GPG key, put a GPG key on it, which I already had a GPG key, and then check the GPG key from the metadata against that one on the actual key before you start, and then throw a fail if it's not there. A combination of that, it's just bash. It runs on whatever bash runs on, which is great because bash runs on a lot of things, but if it doesn't have the rest of a kind of quasi-POSIX environment, it's not going to run. And again, there's a few things where you tell somebody to run a bash script to do it. Initially, when I did Forge, a lot of it was kind of, well, existing tooling didn't really fit, because like a lot of it I don't distribute as an ISO 9660. A few reasons: one, those are slow. Two, I do Ninja OS gets set up as multiple partitions. So another thing is you can use the other half of the stick. Given that Ninja OS was originally 1 gigabyte, now it's 2 gigabytes. It was always smaller than USB sticks in a day. So if you have one USB port exposed, you don't want to have to, futzing with 2 USB sticks becomes burdensome. It's a combination of expenses. It becomes like very not smooth to handle it. So, and it uses a second USB port for storage. So what you can still do, but I think it would, be more slick if you had everything. It's just one USB stick that has your data. The persistent data is just a second partition that you have to save things to, instead of trying to do things like what Tails does now, or trying to save dot files, which kind of almost negates the whole point of having a live OS when you start saving dot files and user config. So what I started to do is I really need to rewrite code in Forge. Clone is probably fine because it's only running in Ninja OS. It's pretty much an advanced feature. Only really advanced users are going to use clone. The two big ones, which are greatly of use to people who are more novice and more general users, are probably Forge and Dupe. Are going to be Forge and Dupe. Forge, especially is going to be your first exposure to Ninja OS. Before you even have Ninja OS installed, you basically have to either get Forge running or figure out how to DD Ninja OS to a partition, and which is a lot of the reasons why I wrote Forge, is because if you write install instructions which include DD, somebody's going to eventually wind up ruining their hard disk, and ruining their hard disk for me is not something I really not really ask of too many people. And I thought that was, I kind of didn't like that. So I was like, here's a script that does the DDing. So it really reduces the possibility that somebody nukes their hard disk trying to install my project. So you can see here is all the kind of different projects and files, kind of big working space of everything that you can have on. Most of this here is on gitlab.com/ninja. For some reason, I've been working on this project 10 years. I did not, originally when I first made this, I was not using Git. I was just releasing tar-gzs with everything with the source. Somebody said you have to get on Git. At the time in 2000, I think 13-ish, 12-ish, 13-ish, GitHub wasn't the clear winner. There's a few like Gitorius, Berlioz.
We just also want to reiterate that for anyone on Twitch, we have a GitHub widget, and just for this presentation, we cloned over the tool Jack's talking about to our GitHub at github.com/defcon201. In Twitch, there's a widget, and you can click directly on it and look at the code yourself.
So
You are
here
now
we are.
muted.
I was originally on Gitaurus, as everyone like, this is the free software one. This is all like the good Fifi kind of one, which is like all the one you should use if you like free software. So I'm like, okay, why not? It doesn't really matter to me. I don't really use it. So at the time I really didn't use Git that much. The only thing I was publishing on Git was literally just commit and push Ninja OS. Gitaurus got use the Zoom for Luke. Okay, so here I am. So Gitaurus got bought out by GitLab, and I've been on GitLab basically since they bought Gitaurus. And I just literally imported everything right from Gitaurus right in here, and they've been here ever since. So we have here the legacy, which is kind of current one, because funny story why this is called legacy, because there was split between Ninja OS Legacy and Ninja OS Next Generation. The NG branch was eventually a man convinced me to use BDisk for the Next Generation. He popped his head around 2015, pops his head into Pound Ninja OS and Freenode, which is a rare occurrence, but occasionally does happen. Says, hey, check this out. And long story short, a BDisk was not acceptable for Ninja OS. I tried offering some recommendations of kind of what I needed, and the developer was less than kind of good way of putting this. Not exactly forthcoming and hard to work with would be the polite way of putting this. And could not be convinced. I would just say we share two very different visions on what we wanted in a live operating system. So we parted after we parted ways pretty quickly. Then we released more versions with Larch. Long story short, until we find another replacement tool, which is a talk for another time. So Ninja Forge, there is I was like, okay, a solution. Problem is, let's move to Bash to Python. Python runs in everything, and let's do a GUI in Qt, because Qt, like Python, might be somewhat Linux centric, but again, it runs on everything, and Windows and Mac OS are pretty well supported. So I opened up Qt and on top of that, of all the tools to design GUIs in Linux, Qt Designer is probably a little better than Glade. Little better working than Glade if you actually have to design a GUI. So I hope you can see this here. I think there's a zoom button. Oh yes, there's a zoom button here. So here you go. This is kind of a small little widget window that you can see here. That's kind of about maybe about like almost halfway completed. We're going to redo what's called Live OS. Right now we have a GUI. There's a library, so we can do as much share code to the library, and eventually using argparse, we'll have a nice CLI interface, which should have trying to keep the same and similar command line interface that we have with Bash, because it's not that you definitely do want to have a command line interface, especially with like everything Linux, because people are pretty much going to want to automate this. There's some people who don't want to run a GUI. There's a no X version in Ninja OS. If you type in, hit tab on the bootloader and type in Nox and no X, you'll just boot Ninja OS to a command prompt without a GUI. And there's many reasons why you want to do that. You have some strange oddball video card which is not supported. You have an extremely like old system that you don't want to boot next. Let's say you're running a server. Maybe you just have some tasks that you really don't want to run in a GUI or whatever, and Ninja OS, instead of running without a GUI, will run something like, I don't know, 40 megabytes or 50 megabytes as opposed to like about 200 megabytes of RAM. So we can show here, this is kind of very much a work in progress. The burn functions and the check functions, not quite written yet, but as we see here in the native theme, that this very much the buttons work. There's tab stops. The open button kind of works. It checks if it's not a valid live OS. The error checking. It does in fact. It does error checking. there's it's quite a bit of code. Still most of it that you can you can show here gives how this is going to work. So you run open. For here, it shows OS name, version, OS archive, and partition size, because this is like the minimum amount. This is all from the metadata file that this loads, and the minimum amount of version that you need to understand what you're looking at, right? Name and version that you're looking at, what architectures is supposed to boot off of, partition size. If you're, it's good to know if your stick is big enough that it will fit on. And of course, here is a GPG signature. We have a little code that kind of spaces it out 4 at a time. Eventually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these in alternating color blocks, like you see in GNOME Seahorse, to make this easier to read. Because the big security feature here, because what this does when this loads this here, is it checks it checks that the included GPG key or the included key, what's it called, keyring, matches what's on the index file. So this already does this. I already have the code written for that. So before this is loaded, this will actually check to make sure this key is loaded in a and if it doesn't, it will say error. Though there's an internal structure that says it won't trip the valid package. Internal structure. Nothing will run. So you can see here, there's some debug code here. It'll show you everything in the GUI as a dictionary, what's checked and not checked. There's debugging codes here just to show that the buttons click work. Everything, all the buttons are kind of tied into are tied to functions. It's just I have to now code the rest of this. So here we have a format or not format. When you did this, this is all kind of analogous to options that were on the command line version. With the bash version. The bash version does not use getOpt. Instead, I wrote my own options checker. But I will be using argparse to do it like in Python. And we'll have the exact same options. So when you have format right here, you can literally check, uncheck, and check any one of these. Write to media, if you uncheck write to media, which is basically there's a feature called no op, which won't actually write anything. What's it called? The whole option of no op is you could just do things like in Ninja Forge, you can just format the USB stick, which is just one partition that's partition size, and that's it. Doesn't write anything. So if you just want to partition it, you can do that. If you don't want to format it, you just want to write, aka you want to do an upgrade. You don't want to erase what you have in other partitions. You can uncheck format, or you could just uncheck these two, and then you can just verify the package. So you downloaded, okay, it's a new version of Ninja OS or new Live OS. You could just click both of these and just check the version. Just check the just check to make sure that the hash sum and the GPG sum are correct. Like, okay, we have a valid package. That would be the K option, or double dash check on the command line. You can just do check package, and this will check that everything's correct, that all the correctness is on the metadata, and the signatures and the metadata are correct, and it won't actually write anything, which is kind of cool because you can. So here, as opposed to just being like, okay, this is just making a zip file. Now I actually wrote a document describing the container format. This is pre-release version that kind of describes what the container format is. Because instead of just being a Ninja OS thing here, this is a Ninja Forge. If you want to use this with your own Live OS, instead of just relying on previous versions, which relied on the keyring, which is previously installed in Ninja OS, this will now rely on any any ship your own GPG keyring, so anybody can use this format, and then this right here will be able to and obviously the exit button works, but like this format is so anybody can write a package which works with this tool, right? And the whole big security feature, instead of like, okay, it's the key to ship with Ninja OS, the key is that like we trust Ninja OS, and the trust chain is anchored to the inside of Ninja OS itself, which itself is somewhat dubious. It's basically tied to basically in the making sure that in this GPG signature right here, that whatever signature you're here is correct. and it's up to you to either have that signature written down, memorize it, or whatever. At that point, we have make that easy to read. So that's actually valid. It's probably not, as people would say, the easiest to use. It's probably the best for usability, or absolutely the best way to do this, but it is valid. It's probably more valid than anything I think I've been doing so far. So that will go on basically until I think of like something smarter. So again, until you think of something clever, just think of something basic that works. So that's something basic that works. So in action, let's see if I can get this to work. I have a template here that I use. Other things I'm working with Ninja OS, other cool like concept ideas I have is because I have an Arch Linux repository. I'm gonna start getting into more virtual machines, because when I started doing Ninja OS live OS in 2010, yes, 10 years. It was 10 years starting last year, so now it's almost 11 years. It'll be 11 years in January. When in 2011, live OSs were the latest hot. We're like not the latest, but like the hot from about the latest, not the latest, but the big hotness was everyone had a live OS. This is kind of right before Kali became Kali, and it was still Backtrack, like Backtrack 5, Notfix STD. Those were all the hotness. And Tails was basically the privacy OS. There's a few like Anonymous OS. There's a few other privacy ones. Trying to think about the one. It wasn't Anonymous OS. Anonymous OS was based on FreeBSD. OpenBSD ran Tor in VirtualBox. Used a primitive version of Firefox and Pigeon, and ran Tor in the background and supported WEP encryption. It was pretty weird. Was the big one, like, oh my god, this is like a privacy OS. So there was some primitive privacy OS and kind of security distributions that were kind of around. Those were like the big hotness that everybody was like, like, oh my god, that was cool. So Tails 0.6 didn't really. 0.6 is before Tails 1. I tried working with the Tails team, like, no, don't do this. So then I'm like, okay, with Tails, and I'm like, okay, I thought about Tails, and then they took a few decisions I didn't like. So I thought I was going to do Ninja OS as kind of like just to showcase a few features, and it kind of took off. It took a life of its own. I was like, yeah, I want to go a different direction than Tails. They made a few design decisions I don't like. Like they're purely a Tor distribution. Like you're like, okay, this is easy for Tor, and I'm like, yeah, I want to do more general purpose. I don't want to, I thought I was going to do like a Tails distribution. I'm like, yeah, let me pipe in, Tor by default. And I'm like, okay, no, that's not. I don't really want to do that. We'll ship Tor and I2P, but we're not going to put them by default. We'll have like a few shortcuts where you can run applications over Tor, or you can set up bridges in I2P, but we're not going to have it by default. And there's like a lot of good reasons why you don't want to start by default. A lot of good reasons why you don't want to start it for all traffic, and a lot of good reasons why you don't want to start it on start. So I still support both of them, but we kind of took a little bit of a different direction. It's also kind of not Kali. Kali ships like every tool that you'd ever heard of, which is good for learning tools. I mean, if you really want to like, I think a lot of people think you shouldn't depend on tools, identify with tools, but like, kind of learn. A lot of tools are hard to use. A lot of tools require skill, familiarity with, and you should like. It's always good to have like a distribution that has all the tools, so you can play around with them without having to install them or kind of like messing up your install, or figuring out like how to compile them. So. You can just play around with it, like, and see if you actually like the tool, or the tool is useful for your use case before you really commit to like installing it on your machine, or getting past like whatever onerous installation process it may or may not have. So tech demos are great. Cal is like, hey, we can install this. Is like, now it's Ubuntu, it's installable. Okay, cool. There's a few of them like Parrot. So I did like more like Ninja OS is more production. Like this is like what you actually want to use. And then I never designed to be like a heavy pen testing. It's like, yeah, it has some pen test features, but has some privacy features. And it was kind of like more general purpose. So anyway, here, this is a virtual machine. I hope anyone can see this. Some great wallpaper. Use Arch, by the way. So here, if you can't see it here, I have a USB stick. I'm going to plug the USB stick into the computer. And I am going to plug, where is this? Make sure this virtual USB stick. So this already has Ninja OS on it. So let's kind of format the disk. So it's actually before they do this, format it, overwrite with zeros. So like, I mean, so when you're doing this, unless you're doing really security wipe. No, I did not finish. Groovy. Okay, actually, let's stop this here. Let's unplug this here. You can see like more gnome shell hotness. So you get to see kind of like this massive machine I have here. And let's just format it here. Let's just format the disk. So you don't really have to erase all of it. You're not really erasing all of it. You're just like overwriting the boot sector and like the first couple sectors. So all the partitioned information. So like once you got here, you wrote about 100 megabytes or so. You can stop. And then you can plug it back in. All right, let's try restarting this, see if this works. Come on, come on. So eventually, what I'm going to do, because with live OSs aren't kind of like what they used to be. They're still useful for a lot of things. Don't get me wrong. Especially like the best way to describe how Ninja OS, the modern direction that Ninja OS kind of took, taken in the modern world. It's kind of a break glass machine. It kind of does like a little bit of everything. It's a one USB stick. If you're like really in a jam, you need something to do, regardless of what the task is. Everything from like mem test to pen testing and privacy tools, to a lot of recovery tools too, and like so it's very much good break glass machine. With the latest hotness is everyone uses like containers and virtual machines for things. So I'm planning on two different ones. One a desktop virtual machine for something like this. I'm playing around with stuff like this is what's it called? Oracle VirtualBox. Maybe I will ship a virtual appliance. The reason why I haven't so far is I just installed Arch in here. But with Ninja OS, with Larch, I had an install process where I had a configuration and an overlay, and it's a reproducible process where I can ship basically an overlay as basically source code, and it compiles from a process. I don't have something for this where I can compile this from like a process. Like I can say, okay, here's an overlay, here's every file I want this way, this is all the users I want, this is everything how I want it, and it compiles, and then I just edited a configuration. I'm still figuring out like how you do that. I have a few answers of how I do that in the cloud. For the next one, I will have one that you could just kind of yeet off to a cloud provider as like a template. And then you could just like spawn them from a cloud provider and then kind of burn them, which is kind of cool because instead of having to rely on Tor for anonymity, you could just, every time you burn one, you just get a new IP address, which is really cool. So the amount of time, take all the configuration time out of it, and you just, every time you respin one from a template. But anyway, which is a different talk pretty much. We have here, it's blank. So we'll go over, this is how like this is Ninja OS is supposed to be installed. I think, let me maximize this here. So Firefox, and this is exactly, show the process exactly how I kind of did this one here. Okay, so it looks like I'm not going to get to necessarily what's it called, demonstrate this, because it looks like we're going to have to wrap this up now. All right, 3 minutes to do this. So this should be able to be done in 3 minutes. So we can see Ninja OS here. While we're doing this here, we have the GPG key. You're going to want the latest GPG key. And this froze because it's GPG and it does that. Just like that, download it. Now have GPG in a keyring. Oh boy. It is not the private key, no. Key is not valid because I see what we have to do. Huh. So here we have this here. And this is another problem with GPG is when it starts working with like large files and starts working with like uncertain signature. Hopefully that works. But what this is doing here, we're going to just extract this. This is kind of like as you would if it would. Okay, so here it says good signature. For some reason, it says this key's not trusted, but you'll see there's a good signature here. Downloading the what's it called using the GPG key. So here, this is exactly what you get right here if you just downloaded the torrent off the Ninja OS website. You'd have a folder like this. You'd open a terminal at this location, right? And then you just type in ls. You just type in ls USB. Huh. For some reason that is not installed. I'll have to make a note of that one. So you can see ls bulk. You'll see SDB right here, or you can get here. This is SDB. So all you'd have to do is you'd just type in scripts. Ninja Forge, what's it called? Scripts. Ninja Forge, if you're running bash, it'll autocomplete, and dev SDB. Like this. And just sit back and relax. And let's see if I can make the font bigger. Here we go. And you just have to sit back and relax, just like this. Scripts SDB. And this will just burn a USB stick. So again, this is going to take this is just the gist of it. Once it gets done copying the main image, it's you could see that it first does partitioning, and then second it will start doing the copying. So like after you see here, this is kind of like what it looks like. It'll set up 2 partitions. The second one will be formatted FAT, basically, so you basically have just off the get-go, you have it. The rest of it, you can use a USB stick.
Okay, so in conclusion, Jack.
So in conclusion, this will take This will take a while, but when this will run, it'll show a boot sector, but at the end of the day, you'll have a working working Ninja OS USB stick. So this is where this is at now. This is how you install Ninja OS. So basically, I'm just trying to make this a more friendly GUI that does more does more GPG checking. So that is my presentation, and let me hit the stop sharing the screen button.
Yep. So before we go on, does anyone have any questions for real quick for GI Jack in chat as I find the remote to mute the TV? Boy, I misplaced that. I will say that I don't blame you, Ed Commander. We were actually saying that Ed Commander's probably having a seizure right now watching all that GPG stuff being slow and fail. As Cell's going to set up for his quick moment here, and Random German decides to affect the screen. So if anyone has any questions for GI Jack, whether
Yes.
you are in the current Big Blue Button room or if you are in the live stream chat, and also Ed Commander, the link is in our private keybase that we talked to. That's part of the secret layer with the minecart and the lava pit. So if you do want to come back later, you're more than happy to. So
yes. So yes, we have the GUI is trying to take most of the headache out of
I didn't realize I was going to be on TV yet.
doing this.
Me neither. Okay, well, I guess as we've discussed that, what was I going to say is real quick here. Oh, I'm going to go over what the next talk actually is. Let me find the, here we are. So, thank you, G.I. Jack, for your newest edition of the Ninja of Forges. Okay, it's just slow. So, after that lightning presentation, the next one is, I came up with the name for this one just because I think it's hilarious, is Snafu at Internet Protocol.mil. The gist of it is basically that Sarasol is one of the people who probably introduced himself real quick that does a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and he often, when he has the means to do so, likes to buy random cool crazy devices, and why was this on mute? And he recently bought a device where this was a weirder surprise. This is weirder than most surprises he's had, and we're now gonna have him take it away to detail what sort of batshit insane thing did you find this time. All right, mute yourself. Yep.
You are now muted.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Jersey City's real cool, and its library's real cool. Jersey City Library, in collaboration with T-Mobile, had a program where you sign up for a mobile hotspot, and they will provide you one free of charge, completely with up to, I think, 30 gigs of data for the month, and it's pretty swell. I mean, you just have to renew it if they're out of hotspots and like you still have one, they'll ask for it back. But they have hundreds, so it's like they haven't run out yet. But there's one thing in particular about this T-Mobile hotspot, and that it has a SIM card. And SIM cards are useful because you can take them out and put them in other things. And the one thing in particular, there goes the battery cover. So, one thing in particular that I found interesting to put the SIM card in, and I'm not going to dox my IMEI number here,
If you ever need me to take the display off,
is this ThinkPad. I threw a modem card in it. It has a SIM slot and a GSM 3G, 4G Wi-Fi antenna. So, that's neat. Right now I'm just going to put the card right in, and we're going to see what happens. And if for some reason I can't throw the card in, oh, I need an adapter. Pardon me a second. I'm just gonna take you with me over
Welcome
here.
to the full tour of the Ninth Circle of Hell, otherwise known as Jersey City. where we live.
So, there's an adapter that goes with the. Yep. Got it right here. SIM adapter. Anyway, don't mind me.
I put the mask away. I was going to chase you on the way back. That was 5 minutes.
Also, you can verify my audio is working, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You're very loud.
Hope I'm not too loud.
No, you're not.
Okay. This tripod's a pain in the ass. There we go. Yep. Anyway. So, take this here SIM adapter and take this here SIM card, which is a pain to get out. Okay.
We just want to reiterate with audio if anyone has any questions for Supercell or what he's doing or how he makes the website or how awesome he is, please let us know in chat and we will relay that to him.
So here we have one T-Mobile SIM card, nano SIM, and the adapter. We're just going to take it and I think it goes in like that. Something like that, and press it in. I got it. And with that pressed down, we now have a micro SIM, which will fit this computer. So, there's a slot right here. It should just pop right in. Yeah. Straighten that. There we go. And it's in. So, this goddamn tripod. There. So, SIM card's in the computer now. So, let's power it up.
You don't need the battery?
Wait, what? Fuck. Hold on. I don't know how it's on without a battery, but there you go.
The other mystery.
So now, I'm gonna log in here, and in about half a second, I'll join the synth call from this and share my screen.
Again, we want to reiterate while he sets this up, if you have any questions or comments for what Sarasol's doing, does he can reveal how all this is. Someone failed at bumper cars outside, as we call in Jersey City. Meaning, we don't have traffic laws in Jersey City. We have traffic suggestions. But if anyone has any questions or comments,
oops, sorry.
Please let them know. Also, we just want to remind that we are trying to raise money for Child's Play charity and for Hacker Santa by donating money for toys and medical assistive equipment for children who are physically or mentally disabled, affected by disease such as COVID-19, as well as surviving domestic abuse. So if you want to be Hacker Santa, even if it's $1 or $5, we have the link in chat where you can donate on Twitch. You can scroll down, and we have a widget just for that. Otherwise, so everything seems normal so far. What's off about this?
So now I have my other computer on in the synth call. I'm gonna raise my hand there. Could you just make it presenter?
Sure. Oh, cool. Yeah, you've cloned yourself.
Yeah. So my emoji status is raise. Should be a hand raised and raised.
Okay, fine. I don't see a hand here.
1 second.
Okay.
I just sent hello, make me presenter. In the chat. I
can do something even better.
Okay.
I can also do this.
Alright, so now I am a presenter. Cool. Now, let's see if I can share screen here and here.
I am presenter.
Ta-da! Let me drag this out into a new desktop. Just bear with me 1/2 of a moment here. Perfect. Share screen. Disable notifications while sharing. Allow. Okay. And screen share is on. Cool. So now just pop that screen, and get away from here.
Trying to remember how I do this.
Perfect. So now there should be an infinite hall mirrors going on right
My desktop for a moment.
No, that's me. So right now I'm connected to both T-Mobile and a Wi-Fi hotspot local. What I'm going to do is turn off the Wi-Fi and hopefully not disconnect here. Let's see.
And hopefully we won't pull an commander
Mm,
docs or something.
okay. And it disconnected and reconnected from the looks of it. Am I still going on there?
I think you might have froze.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I don't.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Say some stuff.
hello, check 1 2, check
Your
1.
audio is working. Your
Yeah.
video is not seeing my phone. I'll just log in.
Okay.
And I'll reset everything.
Okay. I just rejoined. I think I still have presenter. Yep. So screen sharing should be resuming right about now.
Someone did say the audio is choppy. I'm gonna figure that out.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay. Screen sharing seems to be not working on my end. That's a problem.
I think. Oh, I know what's going on. That's why it's choppy. Kill the camera account.
Okay.
Only do desktop.
Okay. Open a new window. Pop this onto the other desktop. Paste the password in. Okay. Rejoining.
So I'm gonna actually do because this should balance the audio. Do you have the audio on your desktop? Right?
No, it's on the phone.
Okay. Wondering why it's becoming choppy all of a sudden. Because I thought just because since both of yours was going on at the same
Okay.
time, it might be.
You need to make the this one presenter now because it's a new login.
Okay.
It's the one with the darker blue, but not so dark, I think. Okay, that worked. Take and perfect.
What I have to do is, can you mute yourself on the desktop?
I thought it was muted. Yeah, I'm muted on the desktop.
Okay. I wonder why it's so choppy all of a sudden.
Okay. Anyway,
I just got an idea.
what's that?
Mute yourself on the phone. We're going to use the audio from the actual stream.
Okay.
I can't jam it.
There you go.
can
You're
everyone hear me
perfect.
now?
You should be able to hear loud and clear.
All right. So is my desktop coming through?
Yes, it is. I just have to make a full screen.
Okay. Once you do that, I'll be good to go.
Okay, it's full screen.
Okay. So, as you can see, I'm on T-Mobile LTE only. So, an interesting thing I noticed was, actually, let's do this. New window. So, ipconfig/all. We're going to look at the IP stuff, and
Don't worry, this is all local IP addresses. I'm not giving out our public IP, except for the 4G modem. But there's something interesting about that. See, it's giving me an IP address of 6.142.136.222. That's interesting. 6 dot. I wonder what that means. So, as the microphone comes closer, thank you. Let's look it up. IP lookup, and this is a good tool. IP-lookup.net. There's my IPv6 address. Now you can hack me, but that's not what I'm interested in.
Man, Commander.
Look up this IPv4 address and question mark. Okay. IP owner info. Who owns this? Right. ConUS YPG.net. Headquarters USAISC. Who is that? I wonder. Let's Google that. Yeah. This is Army Network Enterprise Technology Command. Cool. So my IP address is the U.S. Army. How? Why? Why is this allowed? This shit's illegal. So.
And this was a SIM card from a library. Right?
Yeah, this is a SIM card from the library that was presented to it by Jersey City. So here I was thinking, okay, well, it's a government SIM card. Maybe that's why it's doing this. So yeah, I got to looking at it a bit more, and so I tried pinging myself. And this is where things got suspicious, because I didn't know what this IP address range was. All I saw was my local IP. And what was running through my mind when I got the notification, it looked something like this. Yeah, it looked something like this on my screen. And I was like, huh? What? What's going on here? I don't like this. So I looked at my own IP address. I looked who owned it. Lo and behold, it was the Army. So I got to thinking, why is T-Mobile giving me a U.S. Army IP address? The HCP seemed to be working fine. It's just pulling it straight off the 4G network. No problem there. Maybe the IP address was being given to me because this SIM card was intended to go to a military installation, which that's what my first thought was, because, well, it was the city government who got the SIM card. Maybe the U.S. government gave it to the city government or something like that. But I went through a bit more detail looking it up. There's no reason for my IP to be a 6-dot IP address. Those are kind of like specially reserved for actual in-the-war army kind of stuff. So, okay, continuing to give it some thought. And that's when I discovered what carrier-grade network address translation is, CGNet. It's essentially the concept of NAT as in on your local boxed-in home router, but extended to an entire carrier. You can switch me to regular video now, or side-by-side if possible.
Okay, I'll try to do that. There you go.
There we go.
I just can't. I don't think there's a... Oh, wait,
Yep.
hold on. There we go.
Cool.
I love this program so much.
Yeah, the big blue button is definitely
Yeah, now that we
massive.
can run it, yeah.
Anyway, so carrier grade NAT is kind of a hack, really. It's not an intended use of the internet address space, but it does help to alleviate some of the pressure on the IPv4 space that's been, well, it has run out as of a couple of years ago at least. So carriers have resorted to using network address translation on their end. Normally, this would be using a standard
NAT translation IP range, something like 192.168 or 127. Or I think there's like 169.x, which is specifically reserved for these kind of things. T-Mobile, they decided that, yeah, nobody's using 6 except the Army, and who's going to be using a cell phone in the Army, right? So they just took their own chunk out of 6 and put every mobile device on their network in that address range. So the good thing about that, at least, is that it allows T-Mobile to kind of cheat IPv4 and have many, many devices act as one IP address. Works for them. The downside is somehow I got an Army IP address. This is not exactly a intended feature of the internet. Granted, T-Mobile is an IPv6 first network. That's great. I honestly applaud them for that, because they're the only freaking ISP in the entire United States that is IP6 first. However, their mishandling of the IPv4 address space leaves a little to be desired, especially with it being an Army prefix. Yeah, that doesn't bode well for some random hacker looking up their own IP address.
Yeah, that's my name.
And getting a nice nastygram from the U.S. Strategic Command of the Internet Army Network Enterprise, NetCom. Getting a bad email from NetCom that, yeah, you stop messing with this IP address because it's literally a cruise missile headed to your house if you don't stop pinging it. So, yeah. In short, be aware of what you're looking at on the internet when it comes to your own IP address, because it doesn't always seem what it is. And just for perspective here, I'm going to try and trace route from my own network to who should I try connecting to?
I'm just going to put it full screen so people can see it better, that's all.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's just do Google. Trace RT in Windows. There we go. So yeah, it's obviously just doing IPv6 because, of course it is. Google is an IPv6 capable host. Well, let's see if there was an option to specify an IP4. -4. So traceroute -4 Google.com. Yeah, so first hop, it's giving me an IP in the 10 dot range, which is local IPs. That's normal, that's common. A couple of hops are going to be request timed out. Actually, the rest of it might be request timed out because I think T-Mobile filters ICMP messages, so good on them for that at least, but that just means I can't run a network diagnostic here. But nonetheless, yeah, that pretty much wraps up what I was confused about earlier. I somehow have an IP address in military addressing space, thanks to T-Mobile. So, ISP runners, what can you do? Use 10 dot, or use a standard CGNet IP4 prefixes. They're given to you for a reason. There's, like, standard shared address space that's meant to be used for these kind of things. 172.10.192.168. Those just fit the bill. Otherwise, if you need to use an IP address range, don't collide with someone like the Army. And that's it. Thanks for listening. Sorry if I ramble a lot, but that's how it is.
You can. G.I. Jack and I could literally keynote a conference, and that will just be the only 2 talks that we would have. So my question is that if there's any questions in chat about how you accidentally a .mil IP address, or anything in chat or in the yes, we're so much ramble. We should be really recording this in the rambles in Manhattan. Inside joke. But I'm gonna squish this back down, and if there's any questions, whether it's in Big Blue Button itself or on the chat, we'll give it a minute or so for everyone to comment. Just want to thank you again, and also want to remind everyone that we are still doing, and I should probably turn my video on at least. We are still doing the Child's Play charity thing. We will be doing that, and there's my face up until well, there's an image. uh, that's like a holiday glitch. Yeah, we'll be doing that until the day after New Year's. So if you have $1 or $5 to spare, our goal is going to be try to be 300. But any type amount of money that you donate to Tiltify via our charity stream, will go directly to rehabilitating and just making someone's end of 2020 and 2021 of a kid that's been disenfranchised, whether it's through domestic abuse, illnesses, or disorders, whether they're physical or mental. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down. There'll be a widget. If you're on anywhere else like DLive or YouTube, we got you, fam. And there it is in the chat, the link. If you also like this content, whether you donate or hit like, follow, and subscribe at Twitch, DLive, YouTube, or Facebook, we do see the notifications for those, and we like cheering those on. Speaking of notification stuff, there's two quick things I want to do. There's a couple of quick things I want to do. Well, first of all, if anyone wants to come on to the mic, I'm going to unmute everybody. So if, we sent a bunch of invites. I don't know who got to where, but basically, if you all want to come out and start chatting away and turning on either your audio, video, or both, we can all do that and hang out, and we'll see how long that goes. The second thing I want to try is, you have that camera?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to see how creepy it looks if I pretend to just walk normally with holding that camera. And I want to follow you wearing this mask.
Okay.
And I just want to, because it looked really creepy when you got the converter earlier. I just want to see how this looks.
So,
Watch your cable. Yep. It's so creepy looking. Alright, come back. Put it next to your head. Go back and look at this. This is so creepy. Look how creepy this looks.
oh jeez.
Before I was like, oh my god, it's Hacker PT, run!
Spooky.
Yes, very much so. Alright, is there anyone want to do conversations? You can all turn your mics on if you want. You should be able to have that option here. I see Squirrel in here. I don't know. Dilsa Damon, I finally sent you the link you got in here. I'm going to put the headphones back on. We just want to see how far it goes. I will, however, on the stream bring up a couple of things while I wait for people to turn their mics on. So, first of all, this happened while we were streaming. So for all the people who don't know out there, there is a oh, and I just realized something. Am I still?
You are now unmuted.
That's why. Now I'm unmuted. So I don't know if there's going to be an echo or not, but hopefully everyone can hear. Let me just see if we can. Yeah, you should just be able to just hit your little microphone thing at the bottom or the camera, and everything should work for anyone who wants to join in. But I do want to bring up a couple of things just because they're hilarious. So I know, because I have it in the other. I have a browser you can't see. It's like the ops browser basically. So I'm gonna open this in a new window, and this is so incredibly stupid. So apparently there was a whole Space Force conference that happened, and here's the main takeaway from this. Wait for this to load. Oh Lord, this is ridiculous. Wait till you drum roll, please. Today, after a year-long process that produced hundreds of submissions and research involving space professionals and members of the general public, we can finally share you the name we will be known as personnel, Guardians.
Oh no.
Heritage plus mission plus culture equals Guardians. Subtagline, a name chosen by space professionals for space professionals.
Man.
So first they're ripping off the Star Trek emblem. Now they're trying to call themselves literally the Guardians of the Galaxy. Watch, to quote Dr. Evil, I bet their first major project is they're going to build a giant weapon system known as the Death Star at this rate, with the unique and genius ways of going about this.
And people called Ronald Reagan Star Wars.
I know, right? We like literally, it's not even cyberpunk, because now it's like this is where not cyberpunk as fuck, but cyberpunked where fucked. And like, holy crap with this. And yeah, so that whole thing happened there. Like, imagine if like the U.S. Cyber Command was like, we're gonna be known as GOATSY, a name chosen by security professionals for security professionals. Like, it's that level of stupid. Just want to throw that out there. Another fun thing is there's two pieces of news. So we're trying out an instance of Big Blue. But by the way, for some reason, I just want to make sure. Jack, are you still on like their like
No.
mic? Okay, there you are.
I'm just gonna say, if it says GOATSY chosen by security professionals for cyber professionals, it'd be a little more accurate, actually. I mean, it'd be pretty on brand. Just saying. Or do we not talk about that anymore?
I know it's on brand. It's more like it's on Raisin Brand. But what were we going to here? So as I ignore those messages, we're testing out. So we've been wanting to run a Big Blue Button instance for a while. The problem is as Jack could probably elaborate on, I think it only has like a version in Ubuntu, and it's like not optimized and confusing as shit and everything. But we've used Big Blue Button on like for other like people in other conferences. We've used it, and thankfully we have to give a shout out here. Unfortunately, I can't exit out of it, but there's a what do they call themselves again? Was it like Schleg or something? Senf. It's like the German people from Mastodon and some of the hackers open source community basically hosted their own Big Blue Button and kind of tidied up a bit. That's why there's a lot of like scary looking German on occasion, but everything really works really well, and I think we're gonna at least try this in the future. So just thank you for all the people out there who decided to host a public host for this. And I'm saying that because we kind of we had for a while, we didn't really have any choice besides Zoom, or at least we thought. And then not only were there better options, but Zoom kept getting crappier and crappier. And a recent news article, thanks to Kim, came up recently. One of the many reasons why Zoom is awful. The headline here: China-based exec charged with sabotaging Zoom conferences. China-based ex-executive at Zoom has been charged with sabotaging virtual commemorations of the Tiananmen Square massacre and breaching the security of U.S.-based users. Brooklyn federal prosecutors has announced today. Zhang Jin, aka Julian Jin, 39, worked in the Zhang province as a security technical leader for the video conferencing company headquartered in San Jose, California. Lovely place, not really. According to the indictment, so basically what he was doing was he was breaking into, he used his access and also how badly coded Zoom is to, and I know this is New York Post, but this is the source article. There's other articles that have backed this up. And basically, he was breaking into Zoom chats, stealing data, and then directly sending them to agents in the People's Republic of China, the Chinese government. So, and all the stuff we were always worried about with Zoom is now a reality. Only literally like about 3 to 4 months later. So, just wanted to bring that up. Of why we've been trying different things. We were using Jitsi for a while. It was a hard time compatibility stuff, and now it's like Big Blue Button and Spaceballs. And I guess the final thing that I want to read out loud before we get into chat, and you guys could talk over me, I don't care. Like, come on, turn your mics and cams on for Pete's sakes. Is I found this little ditty via the sysadmin Reddit, and I thought I would read this out loud. And this is known as Where Did It Go? It's also Where'd It Go? Where'd it go? It's somewhere around here. Hang on. Here it is. Nope, that's not it. Here we go. How the sysadmin stole Christmas. So I'm going to put on like my best voice here. Let me check the microphone for a moment. Okay. Hopefully everyone could hear me on this. Me. Here we go. Every user down in Cubeville liked Christmas a lot, but the sysadmin who lived just under Cubeville in the basement did not. The sysadmin hated Christmas the whole Christmas season. Now please don't ask why. His temperament won't allow any reason. It could be his workload was too heavy and he toiled often at night. It could be perhaps that his permissions weren't set quite right, but I think the most likely reason of all
may have been that his team spirit had taken a fall. That's actually kind of a cute, unique way of doing the classic 3 sizes 3 small. I would have said that his Docker image was 3 sizes 3 small, but whatever. Whatever the reason, the pressure of choosers, he stood there on Christmas Eve hating the users.
Can I take the next one?
Sure. Yeah, let's do this as a team effort.
Yep.
Come on.
We'll do this as a round.
Yep. I'll reinstall the mic.
And the microphone.
Hopefully you're not too loud. I'll double check that in a second.
Okay.
This is welcome to the Reading at Rainbow episode you did not know you wanted. All right, just seeing how loud it is. Nope, you're perfectly balanced.
Okay.
And your turn.
Okay. Staring up from his cave with a status set to frown at the warm lit monitors in the cubicle-lined office town, for he knew every user in Cubeville above was busy now mistreating the IT gear with a shove. And they're installing malware, he cried with pain so pure. Tomorrow is Christmas, they'll have to call me in for sure. And then he sneered and fired off that rapid email warning. I must find some way to stop Christmas shenanigans from coming. For tomorrow he knew all the users and their toys would saturate the network, bandwidth lost on useless ploys. And then the service calls, the non-essential service calls. There's one thing he hated, non-essential after-hours calls. And then the users, young and old, would share the Wi-Fi key with a scream, and they'd stream, and they'd stream, and they'd stream. They would stream on Netflix, on Spotify, and any other popular streaming services now, which was something the sysadmin just couldn't allow. And then they'd do something he permitted least of all. Every user in Cubeville, the tech-savvy and the not on the ball, would stand close together, pillaging the network with haste. They'd all group together, and the users would start to waste. They'd waste the bandwidth. They'd waste terminal server resources. Waste. You want to take it away from here?
Jack, do you want to take over this section? Jack, we're on a roll. Come on.
All right.
You can
So
come in here if you want.
that's
Group project. This is what we do when no one talks in chat. You should all donate for this. This is the dramatic reading. I actually can't tell if that's a dramatic reading or a germatic reading, considering we're using whatever the hell we're using for Big Blue Button. But yeah.
Oh yeah, synth call.
okay.
Sim.
Dramatic reading.
This is basically you at NYI during Christmas.
This is me everywhere during Christmas, face down in a bottle of like whiskey. But so he called CEO Bill. Then he took
and
up one.
one. And the more the sysadmin thought of his extra Christmas work, the more the sysadmin thought, I'll lock down this whole network. Why? For 33 years, I put up with it now. I must stop these shenanigans from happening. How? But how? Then he formed a plan, an awful plan. The sysadmin formed a wonderful, awful plan. It's just like every sysadmin plan.
Yeah, it's Amazon Web Service. Keep going.
Yeah, we were just talking about wonderful, awful plans.
DEFCON 201 is a wonderful, awful plan. Keep going.
Yeah. I know what to do. The sysadmin typed on his tablet. He made a restricted network policy and quickly enabled it. And he laughed and he gloated. What a great sysadmin trick. With his policy active, permissions will be much too strict. And all I need is a valid reason the sysadmin scanned the network. But since good reason is scarce, there was none that would work. Did that stop the grouchy sysadmin? No! The sysadmin simply said, I can find a valid reason, I'll make one up instead. So he called the CEO Bill, and he took the buzzword, mixed it with some fear, and then he spun the tales of ransomware and foreign hackers in his ear. And then he lauded... Can you go grab my whiskey? Just go grab that bottle.
I didn't know we were reading from your diary. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Okay, yeah, that one. Thank you. I'm still reading.
The chat says BOFH was a Christmas story. Changed my mind. That's great. Fucking bastard operator.
And he lauded his plan as only to fix the problems you see. The clueless executives and Bill were powerless to agree. The system and plan was comprehensive and far-reaching. Towards the office queues did he fly, empty of users into the evening. All their monitors were dark, quiet stillness to place. Of all the users gone, not even one little trace. When he came to the first cubicle in the office space, this is stop number 1. The sour system.
I'll get the next one. Keep reading.
The sour system had bellowed, and he reset the password and verified the network policy follow. This is like some bastard operator from hell.
I'm gonna switch places. Yep. I just also want to let everyone know that you can donate money to Child's Play, even $1 or $5, to make us stop this.
I will drink a shot for every every $25 donated.
Jack,
Turn off that
don't
small
lie.
light.
You make a shot anyway.
Oh, shot glass.
Right.
There we go. Then he assailed the firewall content filter. All would be blocked, but he made an exclusion for Bill, or he will soon find himself defrocked. And he got hung up only once, but for a moment or two, a bit zealous with the web filter policy and cut himself off too. Wow, we've actually done that.
Yeah.
Where the little user IoT devices sit on their desk in a row, these useless widgets, he grinned, are the first thing to go. Then he shambled and crept with a smile most unseemly, probably like this. Around the office, he took any device not provided by the company, smart picture frames and Comcast, Bluetooth speakers, USB doodads, trade show thumb devices, and Android streamers, and he sorted them to bins one by one very efficiently, sourced all the bins in his office under lock and key. Then he slithered into the office kitchen. This is really Amazon Web Service. As he took the user's coffee, and he took the sugar and the cream, he took the snacks and even the tea. He cleaned out the fridge with a quickness and favor. Why, that means the sysadmin even emptied the office water cooler, fervor cooler or whatever. I can't read. I'm not real. To his basement he hauled the office coffee and confectionery. And now, the sysadmin smiled, I will hoard all the stationery! And the sysadmin took the staples but left everyone their stapler. My stapler. I need my stapler. When he heard the shrill sound like the front door alarm beeper. This was written in the 90s. He turned around quickly and he saw the new office nerd. Little intern user putting extra hours trying to surpass the herd. The GNU herd. The sysadmin has been caught by the student outright, whose ambition to get ahead brought her back into the night. Because, of course, it has to be a woman because, actual logic and reason. She stared at the sysadmin and said, "What are you doing here, guy?" Sexism. "Why are you taking all of our devices and widgets? Why?" But that sysadmin was so clever and so sneaky. He thought up a fib, and he thought of it quickly. "Why, my sweet office newbie," the smug sysadmin lied, "all the devices need updates and securities to be compiled. So I'm taking them down to my office, my dear, and I'll update them down there, then bring them back up here." And his lie was believed by the intern. Then he gave her a fright, and he said that the internet was updating and wouldn't work tonight. And when the intern user left and the office was a little bit confused, he resumed securing the office IT systems from being abused. Sarah, so I'm going to jump out.
All right.
Let's get into this chunk. We're almost done. This actually might end with Jack, which will be the best thing ever.
Oh boy. Then the last act of defiance was to set Mac filtering on the Wi-Fi. Then he slunk back to his basement, the devious, untruthful, sly.
On their desks he left nothing but some old Velcro cable tie, and the one speck of food that he left in the office was the rotten brown bag lunch that wouldn't even be eaten by a novice. Then the sysadmin made sure to hit every user station, leaving them barren, bereft of all personality or decoration. It was dawn, all the users sleeping with pleasure, all the users still snoring when he packed up their treasure. Packed it up with their widgets, the Java, the branded swag, the projector and the laminator, the scanner, every laptop bag. 2 levels down, below even his dungeon, lay the building furnace. He ferried there his load to commit it to the fires with a grimace. Furnace? Grimace? That rhymes. What a bunch of losers, he said of the users bluntly and cunning. They're just finding out now that no Christmas shenanigans are coming. They're just getting into the office now. I know just what they'll do. They'll stand there in stunned silence for a minute or two. Then the users up in Cubeville will all cry, boo-hoo. Those sweet tears, grinned the sysadmin. I simply must see.
You speak in a tone that comes from experience, there is something.
No comment. So he paused, and the sysadmin viewed the feed from camera number 3. And he did see a sight beaming over the screen before him. It started out dim. Then it became clearer, as if on a whim. But the sight wasn't sad. Why, that sight even seemed merry. It couldn't be so, but it was merry. Very. Should I take the next one, or?
Jack, do you want to finish this? I can't tell if that was a no, a yes, or gas.
All right.
Yes.
Close the door behind you.
1 second. I have to wipe around.
He needs to put on his special pants for this.
I got the dark in here, so I need my.
Also, as we take a quick break, Unix Junkie said I recently had to record just 30 seconds of Jingle Bells for a work holiday thing. I hated it. Props, guys. This is not easy.
Oh, no.
Speaking of terrible props,
Yeah.
I just want to remind what you're going to post in chat that we are trying to, I'll put it this way, if someone donates $25, I mean, Jack will finish, but we'll stop all these shenanigans to Child's Play. The link's right here. Become Hacker Santa. It's for a good cause.
All right,
And
so
speaking
last
of
one.
cause, here is...
What cause? There's no cause. There's no cause.
Here's, this is what do you call it? Arch O'Claws.
This is kind of like one of those, because it's the season, human Christmas tree blinky light thingy. Where are we? The last paragraph?
I did that on purpose.
Okay, so where are we? Last paragraph?
The top.
He stared at Qville. The sysadmin checked with his feeds again, and then he shook. What he saw defied logic and racked his brain. For every user in Qville, the tall and the small, was festive together without any frivolous technology at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas shenanigans from coming. They came in some weird, unexplained way, and they came all the same. And the sysadmin with his slipper-clad feet, sweating by the fire seat, stood puzzling. How could they be so upbeat? Good times are being had. They came without having to call me. Good times without doodads, devices, or coffee. He puzzled a long while till his puzzler hurt and hindered. Then the sysadmin thought of something he hadn't considered. Maybe Christmas, he thought, isn't something to abhor. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, could bring joy and more. And what happened then? Well, in Qville, they say, the sysadmin team spirit grew tenfold that day. And the minute that great weight was lifted, he
Keep going. You're on a roll.
I'm about to look up and there's going to be a penis in my...
No, we're live streaming.
Okay, good.
Not that type of live streaming, yeah.
In the minute that was great, the great weight was lifted, he rushed up with his haul from the dark basement and gifted. He rolled back himself, and he rolled back the restrictions and brought back the lot. And he himself, the sysadmin, brewed the first coffee pot. Yay!
That's at least a better story than
Oh.
when the network went down for 8 days and 8 nights.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, we could also do that story. All right, so unless people want to actually talk in chat, what I'm going to do now is we are going to, well, first of all, does anyone actually want to talk in the Big Blue Button, or do we scare everyone off? Because I could see that happening too. This is the Monday. Do you want to comment something? Night Owl, do you want to say anything? Squirtle? Anybody? For real? Anyone? Please talk to us. You have control. You can turn on your audio or video. Anyone out there? Hello? Hello? Hello, come on. We want people. All the people on the TV, where are you?
They're gone.
Oh, God. We're in hell, aren't we?
Probably.
We are in Jersey City, so. Let's see.
I have to make a phone call.
In Jersey City, posting on the internet, that's definitely hell.
You just described our Jersey City. Yes, that exists.
I know.
So, hi, Night Owl. I know we probably scared the feathers out of you, but hey.
How's everyone doing?
We're doing good. Good. Thank you for showing up.
Yes, we're doing mostly fine. We're just curious. No rush, because I could do without. Were you able to find some of those, like those old like Master Lock number 3s or number 5s?
I am still looking. My last sweep through my collection was actually for the warded padlocks, because I was training my apprentice
How's your band going?
on those.
Good. I've been making huge progress. It's something.
Did we ended up in another conversation?
Aesthetics are everything. Yeah. So it's coming along nice.
Do you have multiple people at your place, Night Owl?
No, just I also had the Friday night NISEC crowd in a different tab.
Oh, jeez. Our condolences.
Well, they've been keeping me going for the last couple hours.
Cool. So what have been some of the stuff you've been working on for like I know 2020 has been nuts, but I know you were doing the teaching segments for ShellCon for Tool, or
well, ShellCon, DEFCON, and a bunch of others actually. I was actually kind of leveraging some of what I had a fair amount I had learned during my stint as the technical support for a actual college that was doing online instruction.
Nice.
And trying to use that to help Tool, which is, obviously very much focused on the physical aspect of things, trying to help us translate that into the online, format, which is not an easy thing.
It isn't.
Like one thing that we had tried a bunch of times and that we had put a lot of work into was trying to encourage people like, hey, you're gonna wanna, if you want to join our like lessons, it would really, really help you if you had the actual tools that we're going to be training you on. And it would really help if you had the locks that we're going to be using for those trainings. And yeah, unfortunately, those locks and tools are not free. They are not. They are not cheap either. Like the way that we managed to make it work when we were doing in-person conferences was more,
yeah, we would bring them, in huge bulk.
Well, yeah, I mean, we bring just 5-gallon buckets, literal 5-gallon buckets full of locks, and just dump them out onto tables. Even the graduated or the progressive sets, those we have those custom made for tool, and to have those made is not free, and paying for those, because they are a consumable item, over time they degrade. Every time someone picks them, that's a little bit of time off its lifespan. And so after a couple dozen sessions, that lock is no longer usable.
I always warn people on ours that that's why I let everyone know when we cover the two rules of tool, that one of the reasons why you don't want to pick locks that you rely on, and you don't pick locks that you don't own. And I tell people all the locks we have on, like the Master of Unlocking, they're only there for me and other people when it's in person to train and pick on, is that in addition to wearing out and breaking your tools, every time you pick a lock, you're going to wear that out. So if you're relying on that lock, you not only have the risk of breaking it, but it just gets easier to exploit every time you exploit it.
Yeah, I mean, also being a locksmith who has to do this stuff like in the field, there is this weird sort of bell curve sort of effect where a lock gets super easy when it's factory fresh, because all the edges are sharp and everything's super tight, relatively speaking. And then at a certain point, in terms of use, you get to the point where everything is so worn out, so wallowed and beat up, that like nothing binds. Like everything's just such a mess.
Right. And I've also had the reverse problem where I'm sort of worshiping mechanical lube, let's put it that way, in that I've been getting also the reverse problem as well, where when it starts off, I'm able to, like, with some finesse, able to do certain techniques and stuff, and then as I'm using it, it wears down in like the reverse way, where it gets more stiff and annoying to work with, and I either have to dismantle it and try to lube it or clean it, and then ultimately when it breaks down, I have to get new ones.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of different things that are going into all that, and when you are picking either in the field or on your desk or workbench or whatever, there is still this sort of bell curve going on, where you have things that are super easy to pick because all the edges are super sharp, factory fresh, factory lubed. And then you get into this middle ground where everything is rounded off. You've got non-factory lubricants and cleaners going in there, and just sometimes they're jamming things up. Sometimes they're making things too slick. And then you get back to the point where like everything is such a gigantic mess that eventually it just becomes like super easy, because everything's just worn down, everything's rounded off. The edges are all these giant pits, basically.
And also with the tools, that when you use them enough, you essentially bend them out of their shape. And when you're dealing, for example, with like certain types of rakes where they're like designed for a certain frequency rate, and you wear down that frequency to the point where it's not that frequency anymore, and it doesn't want to do anything. There's just, as I always say, locks are they're metal and lots of moving parts, and shockingly more delicate than people think.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of tools are more expendable when they are misused.
Oh yeah.
Like in my career, which at this point is verging on like 2 decades uh, of this stuff. I have only broken less than half a dozen tools.
Yeah, it's weird because I feel that like I've quick aside, I have two things that kind of drive me nuts that I've brought up on my live stream. Is that one, I feel like everyone keeps talking about how many tools they broke, and I feel like am I doing something wrong because I've only broken like one tool so far in like 3 or 4 years? And also just the fact that I feel like every expert, not you per se, but like that a lot of the lockpickers that I see who are broadcasting their media have ginormous hands, and I feel like I'm the only one with thin, tiny baby hands.
One, I'm going to say, first off, I have tiny hands. I have long fingers and tiny hands.
We're part of that
It
club.
makes me in the ass for gloves. Let me tell you. But what I will say is, in actual use, in terms of like tool breaking, take a lock, I think I have only broken one tool. And actually, that was a Peterson bogey. That's their version of the Fogata style profile.
The one that I broke was a
but I broke that in a competition when I was going heads to heads in a timed race with Jimmy Longs. And so, like, you know, high stakes,
yeah.
adrenaline. This is like the second or third day of a conference. I'm amped up. I'm also probably a little bit the worse for wear, but there's a lot of factors going into that, and I'm doing this one very, very high intensity activity with a tool that, it has certain design limitations. Almost every single other tool that I have actually broken, like actually had the tool break into multiple pieces. That's a rare thing when I'm actually working. It is much more often something that will happen when I am attempting, when I go back, I look at my tools after a couple of jobs, and I go, oh, these are getting deformed, these are getting worn out. Let me see if I can repair them, and I try to bend them back through or something. And that's when they break.
Very much
But,
experience that, yeah.
Like that is a thing that happens, is like over time, yes, these tools do wear down. They bend, they break, they wear out. That's like the same thing is true of screwdrivers. And I have screwdrivers that have been in use for over a century. And yeah, periodically you have to give them a good finishing. You have to take down the tip a bit. You have to square it off. You have to grind it down a little, just to keep it true. Like that's a thing. Any mechanical tool needs a certain amount of maintenance, and with high precision tools, there is much less leeway.
Yep.
In terms of what you can do.
This is kind of hilarious for me because originally, my show, which does surprisingly well for what it's supposed to be, The Master of Unlocking, which is we're having our last episode this Saturday. Little bit of spoilers. The original idea for it, because basically all my stuff in the mail came late, because that's been also a hell. Is that what I'm going to try to do in January is I was going to message on Instagram and Twitter and Reddit and all like the people that I know, big and small in locks, and I wanted to see like how many of them would come on the stream, whether or not they like show their workspace with their camera or whatever, and just talk about locks for the entire stream and like what we do and like what the culture is like and just weird bullshit and stuff like that. So you're kind of proving to me that this thing might actually work. So I guess thank you for that.
One of the big challenges with that is that for certainly the more professional people, showing their workspace is just kind of difficult.
Yeah, I know.
If they are present in their shop is open and they've got customers in, and like, yeah, maybe you can grab a snapshot, maybe not. For the people who are, and like for, Jason Meeks, like, yeah, he owns his shop. His live streams and all the stuff he does, which, by the way, are fantastic and really fun.
Yep.
But like his stuff, he's the owner of the shop. He doesn't really need to care about people doxing them or whatever. For the people that are pseudonymous, who might also be working in that field, that becomes a very different thing, where showing their workspace is potentially, I mean, in New York, for instance, it is required by law that a copy of your license with your full name, your full legal name, and all sorts of other information is posted visibly in your work area.
Yeah, that's why, including with our show, we try to give people options. Like, for example, Kim's whole thing was she kept asking if she could only come on audio and not have any video, which I told her is perfectly fine, and that we would just bring up images and articles that we would show while she's talking. And, you know, we do that because we know that whether it's through legal reasons or personal reasons, everyone has, like, different wavelengths of, like, privacy, so.
Right, I mean, like where I am, I actually have access to a cellar where I have set up my workshop. So I have my own set of machines and all my own personal tools and everything, and a couple of workbenches. So I have all of that there, which I could show, but that's not like where 90% of my customers will see me.
Right.
That's my workshop. That's well, particularly given the era in which it was built and everything else, virtually no one outside of my immediate household has seen it.
I just going back a bit to like, you know, us like the lock people, lock sporters, and trying to adapt to COVID-19 and virtualization. I'm, you know me for a long time as being an idiot, so I'm probably was missing a bunch of people. But like, one of the things, and one of my theories about why Master of Unlocking did and is popular as it is because outside of your streams, especially from a couple of years ago on YouTube, and during 2020, Lock Noob would occasionally experiment live streaming. There's a ton of videos on lockpicking stuff where even when there's no cuts, everything is pre-recorded, and thus they can set up. They have they basically have some degree of script. They know, and there was very little that I could find on my own of just an actual live stream where it's just one continuous thing. Like that hasn't been like super popularized in like the lock sport community. So what was nuts was I had to figure out how do I format this? Like what camera angles do I have? What would be the most comfortable? How would I present subjects? And that was a whole learning curve because I didn't have really a template outside of some of your streams in LockNoob to go off of, you know?
I mean, more recently, there is Lockpicking Patrolman.
Yes.
Nice guy. who also has put a lot of work into his streams. And part of that is really just the streaming infrastructure, and the available options for it were very limited. Another thing is that, yeah, the people who do a lot of lockpicking videos, lock sport videos, showing them picking, defeating these really awesome locks, well, yeah, they're going to spend a ton of time practicing on maybe not that specific lock, although frequently, yeah, that specific lock, but they will be putting a lot of practice into that specific lock design. And then to get the final result where they actually get the lock open, very frequently involves them doing multiple takes, multiple attempts. Now, every single video I have ever done, because I don't have the money to spare to pay for video editing software, I don't edit my videos. My videos
having a bitrate thing right
are all
now.
done in one take. Yeah, I do multiple takes before I get something where I actually don't flub my dialogue. I get everything right. I don't have any obvious errors, and I get the lock open. Even if it's not my best time, even if it's not my best result, back that I can.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a bitrate thing. Hang on a moment. Hopefully this will help. Sorry for everyone listening right now. We're having a little bit of a bitrate issue. I think this is just like our internet. Okay, for some reason the bitrate just went completely nuts for no reason on my end. Give us a moment. I'm gonna actually turn off the display for the browser, and I'm gonna log in and log back out, and we'll see if that will do that. This happens all the time with this because we've tried Jitsi, we tried Zoom. Occasionally we always get these like audio spikes. I'm trying to remember which one here. I believe this might be it. We're going to try an echo test here. Hopefully I selected the right thing. Okay, I can hear myself. There we go. Sorry about that earlier for anyone who had their audio on. There was like a spike, and hopefully it should not. Well, we get those too. That's just a thing with streaming. Yeah. I'm trying to remember here. Let me turn the desktop audio back on. About how, because you don't have, which we don't really have either, like professional like editing software or anything, that you have to like, you basically have to do your stuff basically in one shot, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, basically all of my videos are more or less recorded in one take. Every one of my videos, the most editing I have ever done was using YouTube's built-in to trim the beginning and end of a tool of a video, where I had long silence at the beginning and a bunch of just nonsense at the end, and I cut a few seconds off of each end of the video file. All of my videos are done as a single take. So yeah, someone wants to come off as a really competent, really skilled picker, yeah, sometimes you're going to get lucky and that lock is going to pick on the first attempt, or you're going to get just a pretty good time on attempting to pick a fairly standard lock on the first attempt. but very frequently, you're going to spend a lot of time practicing, researching, and experimenting with the lock to get with it, and that's what results in your super good time.
I've
So-
yeah, I've the equipment that I have, it's like I think I've only gone on purpose twice blind. On purpose because I just wanted to show people like when I find a new lock, like what like my actual methodology of like figuring out what it might be, like what sort of what it is mechanically, and how I might be able to either like pick it, single pin pick it, or bypass it, or something like that. I do want to interject in and say that I've also had some interesting results from that, because I ask people all the time when they watch our streaming stuff of like why they're interested and why they like it. And the funny thing is that that sort of doing everything one take or doing thing live is actually, for at least the people who watch my show, an advantage, because I've been told by a lot of people who watch my show that they've known about it, and they've known like where to get the tool, like the actual equipment, whether it's the locks or the precision equipment to do the exploits, and like what do you call it? Their just whole thing was even with tool meetings, they were just like too nervous to come out, because every time, like their reference point is they see, and these are good folk, don't get me wrong, but like they see, like lockpicking lawyer and how he can just eat locks through in 2 seconds and stuff like that, and there's like an intimidation factor. And then when they see me, even when I know what I'm doing, like I'm struggling with it, or I take apart, which we've all had, where we take apart a lock and the spring launches out and flies through your roof and crap like that. And so they see, oh, here's someone who I've seen his stuff before. He knows what he's talking about. He does good stuff. But even he has a hard time struggling with these things, or he has bad luck on air, or something just doesn't want to work. And then or he might be stumped, and then the next episode 2 weeks later he comes back and is like so happy he figured out off camera how to do it, and that gets them motivated. And I've had people who like bought tools and now are actively learning from home just because they actually get to see the flaws with this stuff. And that's why we try to do a lot of this stuff live, to show that like even especially the pros have really bad days.
I mean, there really is a whole thing of, at a certain point, you as someone putting out these videos out there, particularly if they are intended to be promotional. I mean, that's kind of one thing that I have largely avoided, in that my identity here in the lock sport community and everything else is largely divorced from my professional identity. So, when I screw up on the video, it's more a matter of, okay, did I screw up in a way that actually breaks the video's intended mission, more than does this break my identity as, oh, I'm super cool lockpicking guy.
Right.
It's like, yeah, oh, did I misstate an essential technical detail? Did I give the wrong name to this thing or that thing or whatever? Yeah, that's what gets me to scrap a take. That's what gets me to do a reshoot. It's not about whether I was 3 seconds over my personal best or whatever. It's, if I didn't get an actual important fact right, that's what gets me to scrap a video. Like, yeah, also I'll scrap a video if like I am fucking around for 15 minutes and I do nothing at all.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to just get people to spend 15 minutes watching a video of me doing essentially nothing.
I have those same sort of views.
Like there's a range between complete failure and complete success, and that's kind of where I make my videos.
Like the two videos that I've scrapped, which were funny enough, the first two episodes were entirely because of technical reasons of the actual recording streaming process. There was one where the video, you could hear all the audio, but it was like literally skipping 20 frames each, and then the other one where the video ran fine, but I sounded like a chipmunk. Every time, like even like for example, the two episodes I go in blind. My goal, for example, with those is like I'm trying not like I do want to try to open the lock on air, but my goal is not to like try to open it. Basically, like if I fail, I always want to try to fail in a way where the people that are watching can learn about something that I failed in, of like this is why this doesn't work, or like where did my methodology go wrong. So that's where like I will stay on stream, and like even if I'm like wow this is screwed and we're not going to get the open, I can at least articulate and show how it's important to articulate of like okay here's where this whole thing went wrong, you know.
Why it work. Yeah. And it's a very useful thing. It's just really hard to plan out.
Oh yes it is. I mean these happen by accident, you know, never mind trying to plan for it. Yeah.
Unless you have a really well set up, if you have a really good setup that is designed to you know, simulate the majority of real world conditions. Sure. Yeah, you can plan these things, but for the majority of people, even a locksmith who is, you know, has decades of experience, is really just trying to get a specific message out there. That's a tricky thing, because you know you might end up running into the one installation where that stupid raking trick actually does work.
Oh yeah.
Like you're going in there intending to show how, like, hey, we've got this really complicated thing, and it's totally not usually this specific technique, but I'm going to try it anyway to demonstrate to you why it doesn't work. Well, maybe you run into the one time where it does work and you get that door open, and well, now your whole video is not going to work because your entire thesis was this technique doesn't work, and in one instance it did.
I think Bosnian Bill had an episode like this when he was reviewing the Polaris rakes, and he had sort of the same problem but in reverse, where he picked a master lock, and I realized later on when I was watching him do this what the problem was. I think he knows, where he picked I think it's like I think it was a commercial master lock number 5 if I remember correctly, and so the whole idea was that he wanted just a big easy lock to show these rakes on, and the problem is that all the locks in that series are like 4 pins, and most of those rakes are designed for like 5 to 6 pins, where they basically all interact at the same time. And so he spent more time because everything wasn't hitting because there was only so few pins. And so he kept apologizing, like, you know, you're expecting with these rakes that you do it in a couple seconds, and he was like going on for like 20 seconds and being like, why did I pick this lock? And like things like that definitely do happen.
You know, there are certain tools where they are really dedicated to a specific design, a specific number of pins, a specific pin spacing. Particularly, like if you think about lockpicking lawyer recent things about all of his comb pick designs.
Yes.
those work because they know the specific pin spacing. A comb pick that does not match the pin spacing
Mhm.
or the chamber spacing
Mhm.
is not going to work.
Right.
That's the thing is like if so yeah, his particular comb tools or comb picks might match the pin spacing of these specific products that he is demonstrating them on.
Mm-hmm.
But
They're not
if you try
universal.
them on another tool that might physically be susceptible to a comb picking tool, but the chamber spacing is different, those tools won't work.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, that's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm. That's why,
Is
yeah.
those comb tools work based on one, knowing the exact spacing,
Mm-hmm.
and two, exploiting this particular vulnerability where the chambers in the body are tall enough or deep enough.
There's just way too much space.
Right, they're just excessively tall, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's. I'm glad that you're talking about this because when I do bypasses, my hell is, I have a particular, me long enough that when I try to do this, and I'm like way less experienced than you are, I have a particular like teaching methodology, and my hell is that I could easily, for example, order like a comb pick that would work on 4 or 5 pins, and I have those locks that they work on, but I have this whole thing of wanting to show the mechanics, and I'm unable to currently at this time Dremel locks so that they have windows just for me. Uh, and I'm gonna look into this in the future, but so I have my clear lock, and what drives me crazy is that outside of, and you probably know more resources than me, Southord, really expensive, or Lockpicking Lawyer that has this for cheap, but his stuff always sells out in half a second. I can't find like comb picks because it's super unusual that will work on 6 pins for the clear 6 pin lock, so I can actually show the inside of the mechanics.
I will say that Southord, their tools cover the larger variety of lock. Lockpicking Lawyer's tools with his what's the name of the website he's running?
Oh,
Covert.
jeez, yeah, it's like a completely different name system. I have it bookmarked, but I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately. Yeah, while you're talking there, I have thought of essentially
Covertinstruments.com.
Yes. Yeah, because I know it's
That's
covert
his.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, so his tools, the big difference between his tools and what you can get anywhere else is that covert tools are their comb picks are thinner.
I did not know that.
So
That's interesting.
it's not a matter about the spacing. They might have the same spacing as Southord tools or whatever, but this I've demonstrated this once or twice in person and a couple of times in some of my older videos. But like, yeah, you might have an Obus solid body padlock that technically is vulnerable to a comb pick attack, but they're using the Yale 8 keyway.
Yeah.
Well, good luck getting your comb pick
in there. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. And that's really where LPL's new tools do actually have some real use. Is he specifically designed them to be thinner, to be that smaller diameter and everything that will allow them to work in those complex paracentric-ish keyways. And that's the big thing.
I want to ask one last question here, and then I just want to ask if after that, if anyone else in the room wants to do something. I'm going to keep the room open because I don't know how long people want to stay around and chat. But after this question, and if anyone else doesn't say anything, I just want to let everyone know I'm going to close the live stream itself, but I'm going to keep the chat going until everyone is tired of it. Just because I need to configure stuff on here, and I think we've gone streaming long enough. But question, Locknoob recently worked with Sparrows again and came up with that monkey paw pick. I don't know if you. It's a dumb question. I don't know if you saw that. I'm just curious about like what whether you have it in person or not. What's your thoughts about that like design? Do you have any opinions about that or?
Like I have neither seen the promotional material nor do I have the actual tool itself.
Okay.
So I really don't want to.
Yeah,
make
no,
any
that's fine. That's why I asked. I'm eventually gonna get it just to experiment with myself and see how it is.
Absolutely nothing. Like I've seen one or two people have apparently had prototypes or review versions of the tool. Have some thoughts on it, but
right.
That you know.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. No, that's why I was just curious. So, is anyone else in the room? I just want to double check who's in the room right now. I would say Delsa de Mona or Squirtle. If you're on there, do you want to turn on your mics and say anything? Delsa de Mona actually said, Chase says, I think I'm making a video with the Lux that I have, but he's gonna wait till he gets a new camera. Yeah, equipment drives us. That's actually why a lot of people don't know that the close-up zoom camera that we use, and it took me a while to find the relay software for this, is actually my phone. Because this current camera, while it's decent for what it's supposed to be for, it only has a focus up to a certain length. So if I want to show things up close in detail, like this authentic shekel that Ciricel managed to find, it won't really show up on the camera that very well, especially with like fine details like pins and springs and drivers. So that's actually my phone because it can actually focus to do that. So I don't blame you, Delsa Del Mona, for like waiting to get a new better camera. In fact, we're gonna be trying to get like a light ring and new equipment early next year because of this type of stuff. It's always a hurdle. So I guess with that instant reward and no one else replying in, and by the way, thank you, Night Owl, for this chat with me. Again, I'm still going to leave the room open. Oh, Delcy, did you just turn your mic on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi, Night Owl, and thanks for stopping by.
Oh, no problem. I actually stopped by a few times and was just waiting for an opening.
No, that's perfectly fine. We just thought we would do that stupid skit because we like doing stupid things on this program. That's what Twitch is made for. Yeah, no, and I guess I'll wrap up the stream here in general. So just thank you for everyone who's currently in here. This is going to be kind of the format we're going in the future, where and literally just because of the whole solar winds, that's what took so much time. We're trying to do like more fast, short like talks, but lightning talks, and then we're going to kind of all hang out. But in the beginning, we kind of didn't know what software worked or how to balance everything out. Now we have more of an idea to do so, which is why we're testing this. And outside of a few quibs that we're going to be working on and feedback we're going to be getting, we're mostly happy with what we've seen so far. It's the best of this type of format that we've had yet. So I just want to tell everyone on stream or in this chat, thank you for showing up for our meeting in December. I do want to say two quick things of just to cover some news stuff. Yes.
Bonjour. I'll make a little bit of small talk while a few people still come in. Thank you so much for getting up at
this turn on? What the heck?
10 o'clock in the morning.
I see why. Sorry. So there's a thing in OBS where I had the video on and it auto ended and I forgot to turn it off, so now it's off. But I'm going to turn the browser back on. I do want to make two quick things because this is what we're going to be kind of doing for the rest of the year in addition to our normal shows. And just a quick reminder,
this Saturday will be the last episode for 2020 of Master of Unlocking, where I ordered a bunch of bypass stuff that I've been working with to get work for, I would say, 90% of it, and I'll explain why certain things either didn't work, whether it's because of the lock that I'm working on and how like versions of locks change and stuff like that. And then next week there might be a Hack Alt and Commander Saturday, but definitely there's going to be a Archvile Lynx perspective, the last one for him for this year, where he's going to be returning to a very popular game that a lot of people liked when he was on his stream, as well as looking into a bit of hacks about it. But the two cool extra things that I'm going to be very happy to announce, if I can figure out which tab this is in, just give me one moment here, is that one, we are literally waiting for the time scheduling, which will probably pop up at the last minute for this, but the Chaos Computer Congress obviously canceled the in-person thing thanks to COVID, but they're holding the first ever Remote Computer Congress, or RC3, which in our heads here we read as RC3 because that's a terminal area in Walgreens around here that we might try to sample just for this. But in the similar how we've been live streaming the keynotes at Hope and each day of DEFCON, once they release kind of when they're going to be streaming, at what times, even if it's just like straight 24 hours starting at this time in Germany, we will be popping in for like a couple of hours, or at least I am, to watch the publicly available talks, interact with people, and the usual stuff that you see when there's a major convention and we're interacting online. So I'm glad to announce, I believe, if I remember correctly, that's going to happen from let's see here. It's going to happen from I believe it's going to be from the 27th to the 30th, so it's 4 days. And then the day after, which is why we've gone to the DEF CON website here, is that DEF CON is going to be doing a New Year's Eve celebration, and I'm really proud to announce with all of us that we are going to be involved, and we've been talking. We're going to talk more a lot now because we've just been so busy, but we've been working behind the scenes. There'll be multiple segments for that New Year's Eve, and DEF CON 201 is going to have a segment and a presence at the New Year's Eve that will be the 31st going into January 1st for 2021. So I just want to tell everyone that those will be the two special streams. In addition, as I said, until this Saturday at 10 a.m., we will be working on, or I will be working on, and you will see me at the HPX CTF. Will be the last CTF that we're doing this year. Again, you don't have to be super high skilled. You just go to our Discord link. I can probably find the Discord link is somewhere in here. There we go, and I'll post that. Why is this not clicking properly? There we go. And I will post this in chat. But if you join the Discord and you go to the channel #CTF DC201 Discord, you can join us there, and that will have login details of how to log in on our team, and we basically get to brush up on our hacks. That's basically it for the live stream. Again, I'm going to keep the room up because even if everyone immediately abandons it afterwards. And one final thing, once again, even if we're not streaming, we are, again, and thank you for everyone who's donated so far. There's been an anonymous donation of $25, but there's been a couple of other donations that I will, actually, let me see if I could read them right now, because I might have them up. I have to probably refresh the page for the campaign here, but I will be able to read who has donated so far, because again, we pay highlights. We're like literally 1/3 of our way to our goal. Thank you, Xblod, who just wrote ye. Thank you, crazy amount of Unicode that I'm unfortunately not able to read, and Anonymous from Anoninan. Thank you for those donations tonight. You have made children's lives a bit better in 2021, because all of our lives, we want to get better in 2021. And now what we're going to do as we do the spiel wind down is we're going to find a stream to raid on Twitch. We're going to try to raid some sort of hopefully cool tech stream. If not, we might choose a goofy stream, just depending on we feel. There's a lot of people live streaming tech stuff tonight. Oh, one other thing that just popped in my mind. I don't have it on the browser here, but I'll be able to read this because, as you know, especially from our last meeting, we do a lot of like sex worker rights stuff because a lot of the censorship that happens with people who identify and who are in and support sex work. Eventually, that's like the testing bed for horrible crap to do on the internet for everyone. So like what will affect something like OnlyFans or ChatterBait eventually gets to YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and all that sort of infrastructure right there. So I do want to mention, and this will be on your own volition if I can find this link here, and I'll try to type it in chat. But there will be a special. It's going to be over Zoom, but there's going to be a special program tomorrow at 8 p.m. and it's called Home for the Holidays. And it's not just going to be, there's going to be burlesque performances, there's going to be stand-up comedians, there's going to be cool demos and workshops, and all the money is going to be going towards SWAP Brooklyn, which is a major sex worker collective who has worked with the EFF and other free speech and digital rights activists in the past, and are currently working with them in order to combat all of the terrible censorship that's going on the internet. So I'm going to try to bring up the sign up link here. I think, by the way, if I remember correctly, I believe the show is, the show itself is free. I will mention though that again, if you donate money during that, kind of like how this show's free, but if you donate to Child's Play, you're going to do something good. They're going to have like donation information, and when you donate to those sort of things, is there. I'm going to see if I can, oh God, why do they do this craziness? Here's what we'll do. If you follow us on, if you go to, so defcon201.org has a link to our Twitter. You can find our Twitter at defcon201nj. Tomorrow morning, we're going to post the link to that and advertise that as a cool show in order to support digital rights on the internet. But we did find a stream to raid here. We're going to go in and set that up now, so I'm going to do kind of the ending spiel. Again, thank you for everyone who has been in chat, and thank you, Kim, for your awesome research that you've done over your journalism for exploits over and digital fuck-ups over the years, and continuing the good fight now with Solar Winds. And I want to thank my co-founder, G.I. Jack from DEFCON, co-founder of DEFCON 201, G.I. Jack, as well as DEFCON 201 member Ciricel, as we get this raid going, for doing their talks. And I want to once again thank you, all of you who have been listening, and thank you for all who have donated. So that will be our show. If you're on Twitch, we're going to go raid a cool person who's working on a programming project. And also, once again, thank you for donating for Child's Play. The link is in the chat. That will be, if we can go back to Face here, that will be it for our show. We're going to do some outro music over here. We'll see you all, Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey Represent, I Need Food and to pass out and jump out a window. And I will see you during Master of Unlocking this Sunday. And we will all see you during the Remote Chaos Computer Congress and for New Year's for DEF CON itself. So enjoy the Christmassy music, happy holidays, be safe, and watch out for those crazy solar flares. Peace, everyone. Enjoy the music. If I can find the music. Here we go. Tell the person we raid we said hi.
Thanks. Good night.